welcome new and old friends. My name is 242, and today we have a compilation of true scary stories. Back when I first started, 42 got me all scary stories, but now 2's the one that gets me my true ones. Just wanted to give you a heads up so you know why you're seeing 42 over 2. So, turn off your lights, make sure your doors and windows are locked. Things are about to get spooky. Man breaks into my house. Out of fear, I threw a knife at him. So this is my first time posting here. Please be patient. This was back in 2015, where I was 16 years old, male by the way. This was in the summer, where both my parents went to visit some relatives out of town. They would not be home for 3 days. I was the only child, and I was the only one left in the house. My grandma did visit me every single day to make me lunch. They did not ask that of her, since I did know how to cook, but who can stop her? But of course, she didn't stay during the night. That's when I went wild, watching movies, gaming, watching YouTube. Everything you could picture a 16-year-old doing when his parents are at home. So, the second night I was watching a movie and I ran out of chips. I paused the movie and went down to the kitchen to grab some more. Then I hear a window break and a door opening. The kitchen was separate from the living room where the door was opened. I grabbed a knife and slowly peeked my head around, and there he was, a tall man around 2 meters, so 6 feet tall. Had a baseball cap on and some old jacket, probably leather. It was torn on the right sleeve. My phone was in the room upstairs. From the kitchen door, the stairs were directly to the right, so in my dumbass mind, I was thinking I could sneak past him and lock myself in. He was going through the shelf next to the door, very loudly, might I say. And so I got to the stairs somehow, and he turns around and realizes I was there. Out of fear, I guess, I screamed. I threw the knife at him. I missed him, but hit the wall beside his head, stuck the knife in there. I guess he got scared by me and my savage screaming and the throwing, and he ran out before I could grab another knife. Yes, I ran to get another. Adrenaline is one hell of a drug. When I saw he had left, I ran to my room and called the cops. They came quickly and just took some fingerprints and some DNA samples. Next morning, I called my parents and they came back around noon. I don't know why, but I kept the knife lodged in the wall next to the door. So the first question asked is, why is there a knife in the wall? We changed the front door with a more heavy-duty one. They arrested a guy within the same week. One of the cops told me that the guy was thinking I was going to kill him and tried to call the police on attempted murder. So I guess the moral of the story is hide when someone is robbing your house or learn to act like a maniac. The guy who spoke to me on the phone in the electronics department. So I work for a major retailer you've all heard of. This is from 1.5 years ago, back when I worked in the electronics and photo departments. One afternoon, I answered the phone and spoke to a customer. He wasn't very direct about what exactly he was looking for. At first, he said he was looking for a gift for a family member that he hated. He said he wanted it to be something they would accept because of the obligation, but would absolutely hate. I asked if he was looking for a type of gag gift, and he dodged my question. Instead, he started asking what I would buy if I wanted to get a gift for a family member like that. I said I wasn't sure, but maybe a movie or some music they don't like would be a good choice. Then he surprised me by asking me what type of movies I liked watching. I said it wasn't anything that would really fit what he's looking for, as I usually watch anime. Next he asked if there was something I'd want to watch over dinner. I said I certainly do watch it while I eat dinner sometimes, not knowing where he was going with this. Then he said,
"No, I mean with me."
I laughed nervously and told him no. Then I quickly changed the subject back to what he was looking for, and he asked if we had a certain TV series in stock. I told him I'd go check. By this point, I was feeling pretty uncomfortable, but I wanted to keep up my customer service and not disappoint the customer by being rude. So I found what he was looking for, and then I told him the price and how many copies we had. After this, he asked me some questions about myself, and I told him that perhaps I wasn't the best person to help him. So I handed the phone off to a male coworker. I walked away from the desk at this point and made my way back to the photo department, where I felt safer as I wasn't in direct view of customers who were walking around. I took a moment to collect myself before I left. This next part was of my coworker's interaction with the customer on the phone. My coworker introduced himself in the usual manner and asked how he could help. The man said,
"Oh man, where did the cute bubbly girl go?"
My coworker replied with an improvised response of,
"Oh, she's actually our photo associate. She doesn't know as much about electronics."
To which the customer responded with,
"Oh, I'd like to see some pictures of her naked."
To which my coworker did not know how to respond. The customer then said it would be easier to just shop in person and that he'd be back later to see me, and hung up. I asked my coworker if he was ever able to get the customer off the phone. He told me what the customer said, and I felt sick. I was also so terrified of coming in contact with the customer that I went to management and reported the issue. They chuckled and said there wasn't anything they could do about it and likely was just a prank call. I was worried about spending any time on the sales floor, but I still had to complete my shift. That evening I was terrified. I politely asked a male coworker to walk me to my car. He obliged, and we saw no trace of a creepy guy anywhere, and I've never heard from him since. So, to the creepy guy who called my work, let's never meet. The lore and mythology of mirrors. Mirrors. They have a wide and varied world history, culture, and lore which seems to relate to each other. Many legends about mirrors have been created and woven into our cultural beliefs. Generally, mirrors symbolize wisdom, truth, and light. In many cultures, it is believed that mirrors reflect someone's true soul, and that mirrors are portals that allow spirits, good and evil, access into our world. In the Old English lore, the origins of the Bloody Mary mirror game are very different to the slightly more modern one that most people know. Young women used to summon the spirit of Queen Mary Tudor to discover who their future husband would be. The woman would call out the name 3 times and look into the mirror by candlelight. She then saw her future love. However, if she saw herself or Bloody Mary, that would be a bad omen. In some communities of the Jewish faith, when someone passes, it is the custom for the family members of the deceased to sit in Shiva. This is a mourning process which lasts 7 days. The main practice during this period is to cover all the mirrors in the home to stop spirits and demons that come to visit the grieving family. The spirits would travel in our world through the mirrors, so by covering the mirrors would prevent spirits from being trapped in our dimension. Similarly, the practice of covering the mirrors in the home is performed during the mourning period of traditional Irish families leading up to the wake of the deceased. In the Irish customs, it is said to prevent evil spirits from harassing the family members of the dead. The myth of 7 years bad luck if you break a mirror dates back to the Romans, who believed that life renewed every 7 years. So by breaking the mirror, the soul would be damaged. 2 ways this curse could be lifted are grinding the shards of glass down to dust so that it cannot reflect anything again, or putting the broken mirror pieces in a bag and burying it. Many cultures believe mirrors are portals to and from the underworld or afterlife, allowing spirits to pass back and forth between our world and theirs. There are many myths that connect the dead ghosts and spirits to our world. It is said that if you look into a mirror in the dark by candlelight, you'll see all the spirits that remain in your home in the mirror's reflection. Also, if you place 2 mirrors facing each other in a dark room, you will create a portal for spirits. The myth mirrors cannot cast the reflection of vampires didn't seem to be very common until Bram Stoker wrote the Gothic horror novel Dracula in 1897. But after appeared to be a really well-known way to detect vampires. However, before the novel was written, it was believed that mirrors could and did ward off evil. The story of the Elbow Lady. This is an urban legend in my town. This was told to me by a group of Cherokee Indians that I used to work with on a Halloween haunted attraction. It goes like this. The sound of her boots echoed through the trees of the surrounding forest as she stomped in the direction of the town that was 12 miles away. With her cell phone raised high in the air, she initially prayed for a signal. Sadly, she was in the middle of nowhere in rural Oklahoma, and it was a complete dead zone. Taking a deep breath, she let it out with a growl as she dropped her phone by her side and continued on her way. She didn't know what she ran over, but whatever it was shredded her tire and it flattened almost immediately. Luckily, she didn't freak out and was able to bring the vehicle to a stop on the shoulder without too much trouble. She had recently had a flat, and for some reason her jack was not in her car when she went to change the tire. Her father, being the safety-conscious dad, made sure she knew how to change a tire and her oil before she set out on her own.
You can't rely on others to do the hard stuff all the time, Tammy,
he would say. She shook her head and cursed under her breath, knowing he'd be disappointed in her, but wishing he was there at the same time. Peering up the road, she sees the faint glimmer of headlights sneaking through the trees formed around a corner. Spirits lifting, she quickened the pace as she prepared to flag the vehicle down as its rumbling engines come ever nearer. As the truck rears around the corner, she stepped further into the road to flag them down. She jumped up and down, waving her illuminated phone around wildly in the attempt to get their attention. The truck barreled wildly towards her, and no matter what she did, it never seemed to slow. It happened so fast. 1 second she was flailing her arms, the next she knew she was flying. She watched as her phone skidded down the road in pieces before everything went black. She blinked with blurred vision, the distorted sounds of 2 men arguing in panicked voices, and crushed gravel as whomever paced along the gravel shoulder. She winced as she tried to prop her face off the rough pavement, but as she tried to move her arms, she found that they didn't respond. She was having troubles breathing, and the sound of her rattling breath scared her more. Help! Help! Help me! She croaked. She immediately began to scream as the rush of pain flooded her when she tried to move. She clenched her teeth, seeing red. Why didn't they stop? Why did they do this to me? She sees a dark-skinned man's face come into her field of view. His breath reeks of cheap liquor as he slurs to his partner.
She's still alive, Rogers,
he announces as he waddles towards his friend.
No, duh. Dead people don't scream, you idiot.
Roger shouts back. Tammy begins to sit up and shouts to the obviously drunk individuals. You will go to jail for this, you buttholes, she croaks out as forcibly as she could. God, if she makes it out alive, she's going to make sure these effers never see the outside of a jail cell again. Managing to get up on her elbows, she continues to shout at the men, shouting for them to help, shouting for them in anger, and basically just shouting because that's all Tammy could do.
I'm not going to jail for some stupid bee,
the arrogant Roger hisses between his teeth.
Get in, Jerry,
he shouts as he marches around the old beat-up truck. The light beam of the good headlights flicker as he went by it. Jerry followed suit, while asking him what he was doing. Tammy's blood ran cold as soon as she realized what this psycho was planning, and she began to try to drag herself off the road. Every movement caused her anguish, and with every scoot she tried, she hollowed in pain. Her legs were broken, she was certain of it. She couldn't feel anything below her knees. Looking back at the single beam of illuminating light behind her, she screamed as the engine roared like a rabid animal. It revved up and down for what seemed like forever, but was probably only a few minutes. Occasionally, she heard the men arguing, muffled by the sound of the motor. She continued to drag herself with her blood-soaked arms towards safety, as she knew she was in trouble and likely wouldn't see the dawn. As the tires squealed behind her, the last thought that went through her mind was how she would never see her family again. And before everything went black, the rage burned white hot with a final scream that pierced the night before it was cut short, like her life. Rogers sat in the driver's seat, staring at the struggling woman in the road with blind hatred. This stupid witch should have not been in the middle of the road at night if she didn't want this to happen. Jerry was yelling something in a drunken panic to his right, but it was all muffled. All Roger could hear was the roar of the engine of the old Chevy and his own ragged breaths. He didn't want to go back to jail. If the cops came, he would definitely have been in trouble with his lack of license and his intoxicated state. In one instance, he snapped and stomped the gas down to the floor. Before the squealing of the tires, all they heard was the woman screaming and cursing and telling them they were going to die in jail for this.
F that,
he thinks as he slams the truck in drive and rockets forward, hearing a thump as he hit her. Drunk and in a vengeful panic, he slams the truck in reverse and backs over her. He then rhythmically runs over her back and forth until the only sound that was made was the snapping of bones and the squishing of flesh. Backing up after the last pass, he found that the woman's legs were severed below the knee and the arms just below the elbow. She looked more like roadkill than a person. He then slammed the gas down one more time and sped off into the night. He knew that he must get rid of this truck, and the vehicle would cease to exist by the time first light had come up. He smiles to himself as he just knows that once the truck is dismantled in a scrap pile, he'll be able to forget about this and move on with his life. In his smug sort of bliss, he didn't seem to notice the figure on all fours, bounding beside his truck. As the sun peeked through the forest, it shed light on the most gruesome scene. Cops and marshals littered the roadside. There were many emergency vehicles lining the highway with their lights doing a dance of their own upon the surroundings. All of them were surrounding what was left of the old Chevy truck. The doors were missing. The glass littered the ground like sparkling confetti, and the once white truck was mostly reddish brown with dried blood. The driver and passenger were mangled beyond recognition. They had to send their dental records for identification so their families would have some closure. There was one peculiar thing about the scene though. All around the truck it looked as if someone had taken sticks and drove them into the ground. There were tiny blood-splattered spots leading from the ditch to where it looked like the vehicle lost control. It was as if an animal had ran to them, only there was no animal tracks, no paw prints, no signs that any known creature had made those tracks. Upon toxicology, it was determined that the fatal wreck was caused by drunk driving. Several miles behind the gory wreck, there was a car found with a flat tire on the side of the road. The owner of the car, Tammy Wheeler, was never found. There was a bloody spot on the road a ways from the car, but with it being such a rural area, officials assumed the blood was made by an animal that was killed on the road and eaten by wildlife. Strangely, there were the same holes and bloody spots around the area, but no one could find the creature that made such a strange pattern. The vehicle was towed and collected by the family, but no one heard from Tammy Wheeler again. Not long after the incident, there have been many sightings of a creature that roams the area. The only people that ever saw it were partygoers trying to make it home. Frightened calls would come in to 911 claiming a strange creature was following them on the side of the road, only it wasn't an animal. It would try to run them off the road, and the victim would scream and cry to the operator before the operator would hear the devastating sound of a car crash, and the line would go dead. Every single person who called describing a strange creature on 911 would end up in a fatal car crash, and every single one would have been driving under the influence of alcohol. There have been no survivors. From the bits and pieces that emergency services can get from the calls, the description of the creature was a pale, black-eyed woman with a disfigured, bloody face and red, matted long hair, running beside their vehicle like an animal on all four stumps. The department soon dubbed the creature the Elbow Lady. The exposed bone of the creature's stumps it ran on seemed to catch the eye of the victims before the fatal crash. Drunk driving in the area has dramatically declined. The story has gone through the town. Do not drive drunk, or the Elbow Lady will get you. And no one makes it out alive.
Someone pushed me out my own window in my own house while my daughter was sleeping upstairs. So this happened a couple of years ago. We used to live in a house in the mountains. The only neighbor we had wasn't that close from our house, so there literally was no one around. This happened on a Sunday. I had my daughter, she was 13, coming for the weekend, and she was sleeping upstairs. My bedroom is downstairs. I was in the living room watching TV when I decided to go outside to contemplate the stars. The thing is that I have to leave my door semi-open, because there's only one handle, logically inside the house, and the other side of the door can only be opened with a key, so no handle from the outside. I contemplated the stars for about 5 minutes. Then I felt like I could smell a weird smell. I went back inside. It was about 3 a.m., so I decided to go to sleep. I woke up at 6 a.m. and I could see the sunrise, so I decided to open my window since it was extremely hot inside, and stand up at the edge of the window from outside. Suddenly I felt a hand push me in my back. I got pushed from my window by someone. Thing is, there's only me and my daughter in my house. And I just got pushed out of my own house by a stranger, and my daughter was still inside. Since the window was closed and I couldn't open the front door either because I didn't have the key, I knew my neighbor was a locksmith, so I subsequently rushed to his house, woke him up at 6 a.m., and explained the situation. He took his stuff and came with me to my house. Now, I'll tell you what my daughter told me. She told me that she could hear an old man coughing, and she didn't recognize the cough, so she instantly went into the bathroom and locked the door. The door to her bedroom didn't have a lock, only the bathroom did. And she turned on the tap while she was calling the police. My neighbor managed to open the door, and we rushed upstairs. Whilst going upstairs, I saw that a knife was missing from my knife block in the kitchen. We went upstairs and we saw that the door to my daughter's room was open. We turned on the light and saw an old man with a hood holding that knife, waiting in front of the bathroom door. My neighbor and I beat the ever-living snot out of this man and then waited for the cops to come. The man got arrested, and a week after that, we moved into another country. Satanist in the storm tunnel. This was back in 2014. I was a 20-year-old community college student living with my parents in Southern California. I had a tight-knit group of stoner friends. There was 5 of us all together, myself included. We're all still best friends today. Like all bored, suburban kids, our days hanging out usually consisted of loitering in the parking lots, getting stoned, and going to parties when we could. We had a few smoke spots around town we would go to and get high at. Our main spot was a place we called the Sewer Lair. It was a giant storm tunnel at the end of the trail in a canyon area behind one of the local neighborhoods. It was secluded and we could be there as long as we wanted since there was no houses nearby. The tunnel was maybe 20 feet in diameter. A small stream of water ran down the center of it. There was an offshoot directly to the right just past the entrance that led to another small tunnel system. This is where we would hang out. We would come here almost every night. One night we're in the sewer lair. It's maybe around 1 a.m. We would usually hang out pretty late and wait for our parents to go to sleep, so we don't come home and have to see them while we smell of weed and cigarettes. Me and the boys were smoking, talking, and listening to music. The usual. Except this night the water was draining from one of the tunnel systems further down. It was pretty loud. It sounded like a small waterfall. This happened a few times before, so we don't think anything of it. We don't get much rain in California, so it made sense that this would only happen once in a while. A few hours in, one of the guys kept looking over at the main tunnel, saying he thinks he hears voices. We tell him it's just the music and our voices echoing, but we turn off the music and listen silently to prove that he's just stoned and being paranoid. We listen closely, and we could hear these faint voices. It was difficult to hear because of the waterfall, but it sounded like a group of people chanting. We froze and traded glances. We sat in silence and listened for a few minutes. One of the bros finally snapped and insisted we go check it out. A few of the bros were scared and didn't want to do it, but after some bickering, we decided to go and see what was happening. There was 5 of us. What could go wrong? So we used the flashlights on our phones and make our way down the main tunnel. We walked for about 15 minutes and the chanting got louder, but it still sounded very far away. We couldn't make out what they were saying because the waterfall was so loud, but it was definitely a group of people speaking in unison. We walked for a while longer. At this point, we made it so far that there wasn't even graffiti on the walls or trash on the ground anymore. As we continued walking, we noticed that the tunnel was getting warmer. It was always really cold here, so it was strange that the temperature was gradually rising the further we went. We kept moving. The chanting was getting louder, so we knew we were getting close. It was loud enough to realize that the chanting was in a different language, and that it had been at least 4 or 5 people. We kept moving, and noticed the graffiti on the walls started to show up again. It was different than before, though. It was all very eerie. I immediately brushed it off as some edgy kids trying to scare people, but the further we walked, the more unsettling the marks on the walls became. It was a lot of weird occult type stuff. There were melted black candles scattered on the ground with these weird trinkets around them. The trinkets looked handmade and were made of animal bone, string, and cloth. We were all quietly inspecting the area when one of the guys pointed down the tunnel and told us to cut the lights. We turned off our flashlights and looked. We could see faint flickering orange light far down the tunnel. It was barely visible because it was so far, but we could tell that the light was coming from either a candle or torches by the way it was flickering. It wasn't a direct light either, so it had to be coming from an offshoots in the tunnel. Our phones were all low on battery, so we started speed walking towards the orange light. The chanting continued. Then, out of nowhere, a blood-curdling scream bellowed from the tunnel up ahead. We all froze and put our lights down. It was one of the most horrifying screams I've ever heard in my life. I couldn't even tell if it was a human or an animal. The chanting continued, then another horrifying scream echoed down the tunnel. The guys were ready to get the F out, but I insisted we had checked it out. I led the way as we slowly walked towards the light. The chanting and screaming continued. We made it about 30 feet from the offshoot that the light and voices were coming from. The tunnel was hot at this point, and it smelled awful. The air was thick, and it was difficult to breathe. We were sweating, and it felt like we were suffocating. We inched our way toward the offshoot as the chanting continued, flinching every time there was another awful scream. The screams had becoming increasingly more violent and non-human sounding. We were all lined up with our backs against the wall of the main tunnel in front of the offshoot. The chanting and screaming were coming from right around the corner. The boys gestured at me to take a peek. I took some deep breaths. My heart was pounding. I quickly peeked in for a second, then pulled back. This offshoot was exactly like the one at the entrance we would hang out at. At the center was a naked man, on his knees, with his hands on the ground and his back to me. He was covered in dirt and sweat. He was in front of what looked like a handcrafted altar. The walls were covered in writing. The whole area had crowds of black candles lighting the walls, and they were all lit. There had to be at least 50 or 60 of them. The man was also sitting at the center of some kind of candle formation. My face went numb. I looked at the guy and couldn't even speak. The chanting and the screaming continued, but it just gave them a blank stare. I couldn't comprehend what was happening. The chanting and screaming sounded like it had been a total of at least 5 people, but there was only one guy in there. I decided to take another peek mid-chant. This time, my whole body went numb. All of the chanting and all of the screaming was coming from this one man. It was like he had 5 voices at once. I gestured to one of the bros next to me to take a look. He stepped forward and his foot brushed against the ground, making a loud scraping sound that echoed. We all froze. Then the chanting completely stopped. My heart dropped into my stomach. It was dead silent. We all looked at each other. Then out of nowhere, we made a sprint for the entrance, all at once. None of us even said a word. We just ran as fast as we could. It felt like we were running forever. We hurled our butts for about 10 minutes before we finally gained out of the storm tunnel. We stood in the field in front of the sewer lair and caught our breath. A couple of the guys were throwing up from the sprint. After we caught our breath, I told them everything I saw. They were all speechless, trying to comprehend what just happened. We started to hear screaming from the tunnel. This time they were long and drawn out, almost like a howling dog. We ran up the trail to the neighborhood and got the F out of there. We vowed to never come back again. This was about 6 years ago, and it still haunts me and my bros today. I have no explanation for what happened. I don't know much about Satanism or occult type of stuff. But if anyone does, feel free to give me your thoughts on what you think was happening that night. We would really appreciate it. Thank you for listening. Real Ouija board experience brought 7 spirits to my house. I wrote this article last year when my university was asking for real experiences or encounters with ghosts. It's long, but worth the listen, trust me. I will never again touch an Ouija board. This is all real. In 2017, 5 of my friends and I moved into our new home to find we weren't the only ones living there. We'd been looking forward to moving in for almost a year. Second year meant no more cafeteria food, dorms, or public bathrooms. Only 6 friends living together. We quickly made the house our home, decorated the walls, and hosted a few too many housewarming parties. We felt safe, happy, and comfortable in our new place. Shortly after settling in, my housemates and I heard inexplicable sounds throughout the house. We heard this shower sliding door move on its own. Footsteps sound from the upstairs, and the front door open and close. We were suspicious of the sounds, but quickly brushed them off and continued with our lives. That was until the evening of October the 25th, while all 6 of us were sitting around the dining room table. A pan on the stove began to rock back and forth on its own. We tried to play it off as normal, but nothing could explain that shaking. We decided we'd had enough. We had to get to the bottom of these strange occurrences. 10 minutes later, we had lit candles and set up our homemade Ouija board in the middle of our table. To use a Ouija board, each player lightly places one finger on the planchette. a wooden triangle used for these ceremonies, and questions the room's spirits. If one is contacted successfully, the planchette moves around on the board and spells out words or numbers to answer the question. Is there anyone here? We asked the board. No response. We asked again and again, but still no response. After a couple more tries, the planchette dragged itself to the word yes written on the piece of paper. Once we were sure there was someone there, we continued to ask questions to find out who exactly we were talking to. What's your name? We asked. Slowly, but surely, the planchette moved to the letters A, D, and Y, until it spelt out Adsont. My housemates and I continued to communicate with him for a few minutes, until we felt we were no longer speaking with Absalt. We asked if there was another presence with us, and turns out there was. This time, the spirit's name was Pam, a 3-year-old good spirit, according to her. Realizing there was more than one spirit with us, we asked the board how many there was in our presence. The planchette slid to the number 8. With the news of 8 additional roommates in mind, we decided that was enough for one night and stopped the game. After looking up standard conditions of using a Ouija board, my housemates and I discovered we broke some of the rules with our first try. Ouija boards are supposed to open the connection to the spirit world, attracting and inviting spirits from all over. They shouldn't be played at home. If you play where you live and connect with a malicious spirit, it could stay in your home. Spirits can't be trusted. A spirit can take possession of players and gain access to their mind. The next night, we decided to break out the Ouija board and play yet again. This time, when we asked how many spirits were with us, the answer was 27. After asking who was with us a few times, we compiled a list of names: Nirju, Veerd, Lokavu, Matt, and Corey, to name just a few. When we asked whether or not they had good intentions, Nudu was one of the few that replied with no. I suggested we ask Nudu if he had taken possession of any of us. He answered no until we got to our housemate, Emily, and the planchette quickly swerved over to yes. We put Nudu's answer to the test by asking personal questions about Emily only she knew. How many concussions has Emily had? I asked. The planchette made its way over to the number 4. We looked over at Emily, who had a look of horror on her face. Nudu was right. While Nudu answered the rest of the questions correctly, couldn't rule out the fact Emily's hand was on the planchette as well. Maybe she was purposely or subconsciously guiding it in a certain direction. We told Emily to take her hand off the board but stay where she was. Then we asked, what is Emily's brother's girlfriend's last name? None of us knew the answer. The board replied. We looked over at Emily. She confirmed that that was the right name. We were all in disbelief. A few of our housemates decided they were done playing and lifted their fingers off the board. Without even asking a question, the planchette moved to the corner of the board, with only 3 remaining fingers on the edge of the shot glass planchette. We never could have made this happen on our own. Although that was the last time we ever played with the Ouija board, the story doesn't end there. The following weeks were bad. My roommates and I were completely uneasy in our own home, and especially nervous at night. We all felt as though we were being watched. We saw dark shadows in the corner of our rooms and suffered from horrible nightmares. Emily would often wake up in the middle of the night screaming for help, convinced she saw a figure in front of her. One night, while I was lying in bed, I heard a noise coming from my window, like someone running nails up and down my wooden blinds. After way too many sleepless nights, we decided to hire a medium. We showed the medium around our house and told her what happened. Although we didn't tell her where we felt the dark spirit, she was able to identify the exact spots we felt their presence the most. When the medium described the characteristics of the spirit she sensed, it was exactly the type of presence I'd felt. We all agreed the spirit was an adult male in his late 20s or early 30s. He was a bit of a loner. Was his Abbasat? She helped us remove the presence by lighting sage and encouraging him to go towards the light. We truly felt better afterwards. I no longer saw dark shadows in the corners of my room and stopped feeling like I was being watched at night. We thought the spirit listened to us, compelled with the medium's instructions, and left. A week later, when I dropped off the payment for the session, the medium told me something that stays with me today. The spirit she helped us get rid of was now following her. Although this happened almost a year ago, there's still rarely a day that goes by when I don't think about these events in one way or another. My mother finally admitted the smiling man is real. Nearly 20 years ago, my family lived in a 100-year-old home in Idaho Falls, across from a church. It was haunted by a demon I called the Smiling Man. He had a gout body like a corpse with long limbs, a mouth full of rotten teeth, and the eyes of a dead man. He would walk up and down the hallway at night, scratching at the walls and wooden floors with his long fingernails, sometimes crawling on all fours. I slept in a room 3 stories up in the attic and suffered from horrible nightmares due to the smiling man standing in my doorway and hearing him walking in the middle of the night. My parents told me years after we moved out how I would stand outside their bedroom door and scream and cry and beg them to let me in. My mother said that at first she thought I was making things up, but then realized something was wrong and let me sleep in their room until we moved out. The house was built in 1907 and was previously owned by a man who kept tattooed body parts in pickled jars and had a dark basement full of spiders. Although my parents put my playhouse and other toys there, I refused to go down the basement steps and was terrified of even walking by the door. This is not a made-up story. This is 100% real. And I would disclose the location, but I don't want to scare anyone who's currently living there. At the time we lived in this house, I was 3 years old, but the effects of the Smiling Man would last me a lifetime. For the last 2 decades, I have experienced and seen things that should not exist. If it was only me that physically encountered these ghosts, I would write it off as my own imagination. But my family and friends, all very rational Christian people, are also affected. I suffered from nightmares and night terrors for 10 years after we left the Idaho Falls house, only managing to get them under control when I was 12 years old. When I was 10, me, my brother, and 2 childhood friends saw what appeared to be the Grim Reaper in our neighborhood. After approaching the figure, we realized it clearly was a spirit and indeed was real. This ghost was named Danny and still haunts our old neighborhood to this day. As a teenager, both apartments were haunted by ghosts named Steve. At the first, I would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of feet shuffling around in the living room. I thought I was dreaming until my mother asked me one day what I'd been doing walking around the house in the middle of the night. In the second, the ghost knocked ornaments off our Christmas tree, toppling presents and locking me out of the house when I had friends over. There was no one inside, and I had not locked the door. At my Starbucks, which was inside a Target, I began seeing a black shadow figure running around out of the corner of my eye. I nicknamed this character Wilson. Wilson tortured me for months, pulling my apron, throwing bottles from the shelves, and once even tossing milk carton out of the garbage and spilling remaining milk all over the floor. I was blamed for this, and I tried to explain to my manager that it wasn't me. I thought I was imagining things at first, until a new girl began talking about Wilson and describing him to me. After that, everyone began to see him. He threw the ice bucket at my friend from a distance of 6 feet, opened and closed the heavy doors, and appeared as a shadow on the wall, called my coworkers' names, walked in and out of the back door in front of the guests, and even whistled a tune. My coworkers reported that it sounded like a miner's tune and that they saw boots on his feet when he ran. I was curious, so I researched a mining accident in towns nearby, and one name stood out to me. William Wilson, died 1905. The last ghost is most recent. I moved to Utah 6 months ago and thought that for once I had moved far enough that the ghost would not follow me. Lately, I have woken up to a strange smell, like chili or rotten meat. I've also noticed the sinks turned on by themselves and things moving around the house, but brushed it off as my imagination. A few days ago, I dreamt there was a ghost in my bathroom. Today, I watched Sleepy Hollow, which is rather ironic because my hamster ball rolled out of the closet across the floor. I thought my hamster was in it, but realized it was empty and fled the house. I called my mom, who suggested that I pray and asked that it leave. She admitted that she had done it before and that it would work. "What do you mean you've done it before?" I asked, but I already knew the answer. "I did it a few times in the Idaho house," she told me. "For 20 years, my Christian mother has forbidden me from watching any scary movies in the house or talking about ghosts. I love ghost stories and horror films, and she wouldn't even let me watch BuzzFeed Unsolved without telling me off for inviting spirits in my house. Now she has finally admitted that they existed and that the smiling man was not just my imagination. I can't decide if I'm happy that she finally told me the truth. Ghosts and demons are real and everyone around me is affected by this. I told the ghost today to go away, but right now, as I write this, there are scuffling sounds coming from the living room. I have all the lights on and have been telling it to leave my house and leave me in peace. If anyone can help me with this problem or have any advice or ideas why spirits like me, please let me know. I don't think any amount of exorcism will remove their attraction to me, but it would be nice not to have to run out of my house every time something moves. Edit. I know this all sounds like a short story. I like to write and I can't help being detailed, but this is unfortunately real. I have posted pictures of the house under a different subreddit. This one won't let me post images for some reason. And now I'm actually going to show you the picture she posted. best friends can be abusive too. I'm posting here as I think I'm finally ready to tell my story. I moved to Sandbach in Cheshire, England about 3 to 4 years ago with an ex. Him and I had broken up by this point, but we were just friends in a house we were renting and everything was great. We weren't hostile towards each other and found out we were better friends than in a relationship. I started going out to the bars and local shops to make some friends and to see if anyone was as lonely as me by this point. I had moved from Cheshire, London to be with my ex, and I didn't know anyone there. That's when I met Craig. Him and I became friends quickly. He was a little odd, had family in the area, and his own flat. So, my ex moved away back with his family, and I couldn't afford the rent on my own. So, Craig and I rented our own house in Worcestershire, where his dad lived. His dad would be a 5-minute drive away from the house we settled at. Him and I were just best friends. We didn't do anything romantically, sexually, and he always had a few poor girls in tow. He would tell each of them that they were the one for him, and he loved them, etc. He had a sound of 7 girls on the go at one point. I started seeing this guy Jay. He would stay over a few times and would eventually become my boyfriend. Craig hated it. We would argue about him, the fact that why should he even care? Him and I were only best friends, and he needed to stay out of my dating life. It was then things got physical. One night, Craig literally got on top of me in my own room, put his knees on my arms, and started to strangle me. He was saying things like, "Where is he now?" And I honestly thought I was going to die. My brain switched to my mom, who was 4 to 5 hours away, and she would never know or would have to come identify the body of her only child. I don't know what it was, but I managed to kick Craig and I ran. He had double locked the front door, he had hidden my bag, and he had smashed my new iPhone that I had gotten from my parents for my birthday. I was literally running down the stairs with him in tow, yelling how he was going to kill me. I knew the back door was open from him having to smoke earlier, and there was a garden gate. All I needed to do was open that. I ran for it, opened it, and made it. The next thing, I'm out on the street in short shorts, a pajama top, and bare feet. I just ran. I ran for a good half an hour towards the town and used a payphone to call 999. The police picked me up. I couldn't get back into the house as Craig had my door key. I told them the story. They took me to the station. Had to unlock it. It was well past 1 in the morning by now. They took photos of my neck that had been bruised and my head that was bleeding where he had smashed me into the kitchen wall earlier. I had to sit in a patrol car to go to my house, and they picked Craig up. He was on the street looking for me. I had to point him out and say, "That's him," to them. He said he was looking for me and he was worried for me. I don't think that's true. I think he was looking for me to silence me so I didn't tell anyone. They arrested him, and I got told he would stay in the cell overnight, and a policeman let me into my house as they used a key Craig had. While I was in the house alone, I gathered my things. I left my laptop, some clothes, shoes, and makeup in the rush. I thought I could easily replace them, and I just wanted to get away, and I was so worried he would come back any second through that front door. I had no purse, no money, no phone. My parents, they lived 5 hours away. Thankfully, I don't know why, but I had the sense to hide my car keys in my bra earlier that evening. I got into my car and drove to a gas station. I was bleeding from the head, no shoes on, and bruised. I finally broke down there and used their phone to call my mom. At first, she was annoyed that I had woken her up, but then I explained everything to her. She ended up putting 200 euros in a petrol cashier account for me to fill my car up, get some food, and a hot drink to calm me down. I then drove to my parents. I later got told through a friend of a friend that Craig got released in the morning as it was his word against mine, and he smashed my laptop when he found out I wasn't home anymore. Whatever. My stuff got replaced, and I'm now with an amazing guy who treats me like a queen. Sometimes I get flashbacks of the night where I truly believe I could have died. As for Craig, I blocked him, deleted everything to do with his family and him, changed my number, and even broke off friendships with friends that knew me and him. Please, let's never meet again, because this time, I'll be ready for you. A grandmother from my preschool stalked and threatened to kidnap me. I recently learned of some chilling details about a person that was heavily involved in my life as a child, and I thought I would share the story. Throughout my childhood, I was extremely shy and did not find myself going out of my way to make friends in new settings. I had recently started preschool at my grandmother's church, and I remember being on the playground playing by myself when a woman introduced herself to me. Her name was Candy, and she looked like any other sweet old lady. She almost reminded me of my own grandmother, with her abundance of white curls on her head. Candy was a volunteer at the church and typically watched over the children while they played, so we would see each other fairly often. I can't remember much about the start of this friendship, but I presume one thing led to another before I frequently spent time with her in and out of school. My parents were grateful to have someone who was interested in watching me, as I was the youngest of 3. And my parents were working full-time while also taking my brother and sister to and from school, sports, or friends' houses, so having a helping hand was a blessing to them. To be honest, I don't remember too many details about spending time with Candy, but I suppose we spent our time frequenting ice cream shops, parks, etc. I do have one memory of going to her house where I had never been before, and as she was showing me around, I remember passing through the dining room and seeing another girl who looked around 10 to 12 years old. Candy introduced me to her and told me that she lived down the street and would spend a lot of time at her house. I am not sure why, but I remember being jealous. I guess I was jealous that Candy also cared for and spent time with another little girl. I had never felt that way before, and I'm not sure why I remember that so clearly. For some reason, that was the only time I went to her house. Fast forward a few years, and I'm in 1st grade. I had totally forgotten about Candy and had not seen her since I graduated preschool 2 years prior. My neighbors, who I carpooled to school with, had dropped me off at my house after school one day, and I spotted a Target grocery bag hooked on our front door. I wasn't sure what it could be or why my brother and sister didn't bring it inside when they arrived home from school an hour or so before me. Once I took it inside, I noticed writing on the bag indicating that there was a gift inside for me from Candy. I ran up the stairs to my room, and to my surprise, there were several adorable brand new outfits inside just for me. I immediately tried them on and was so excited to show my mom when she came home from work. After my mom got home, I eagerly showed her the new outfits Candy had left for me. Unfortunately, my mom was not as excited as I was. In fact, she was quite angry. She yelled at me to take them off and that she would be returning them to Candy. I was so confused as to why she was upset with me. What did I do wrong? These were free clothes, a gift. Wouldn't it be rude to return a gift to someone? To avoid being punished, I put the clothes back in the bag and handed them to my mother. We never spoke of this again, and Candy slipped from my mind for the next several years. A few years ago, my sister was home visiting from college. With nothing else to do, we decided to go to Target to shop for useless things we didn't need. As we walked through the parking lot, the thought of the Target bag from Candy randomly dawned on me. I proceeded to laugh and asked my sister if she remembered, and if she knew why my mom was in such an awful mood that day to force me to give the clothes back to Candy. My sister stopped dead in her tracks and said, "Wait, do you not remember what Candy did to us?" Taken aback, I shook my head and begged her to tell me what happened. She refused to talk about it and told me to ask my mom. Once again, the thought of Candy slipped my mind, and I didn't remember to ask my mother about what happened until I was in college a few years later. We were saying goodbye to my grandmother after grabbing lunch when she mentioned to my mother that someone's funeral was that weekend. They then sat in silence for a few minutes, just stared at each other. After my grandmother left, I asked my mother who they were talking about, and she informed me about Candy's death. The realization that I had never heard the true story about this woman crossed my mind, and I asked my mother about what my sister refused to speak on. My mother proceeded to relay the horrible story to me about this little old lady that tried to take me away from my family. At the beginning of our friendship, Candy generally was a big help to my family and was someone they trusted. However, Candy's intentions were questioned by my grandmother, who shared a few of her concerns with my father after hearing some odd stories from her friends at church. She felt as though something was off with Candy, and she didn't think that I should spend so much time with her. Coming from a woman who never had any negative things to say about anyone, my father became slightly weary of Candy, but he assumed that my grandmother was just being overly cautious. After some time of Candy watching over and babysitting me, her demeanor changed and she started acting possessive of me and becoming hostile towards my parents. She would show up unannounced to our house, asking for me, and if I wasn't there, she would become incredibly angry and yell at my parents about how awful they were. She would continuously tell them that they didn't deserve me and only she was worthy of taking care of me. This happened several times before my parents told her to stop coming to the house, or they would call the police. This inclined her to start calling the house and leaving messages for me, which my parents obviously would not tell me about. In these voicemails, she would cry to me and try to convince me to leave with her and leave my family. She would talk about how awful my parents were and how she could give me a much better life than they could. The voicemails that were intended for me soon turned to threats for my parents. She threatened to call the police or child services to have me removed from the home and placed into her care. She threatened to tell the police about my parents' violence and abuse towards me and my siblings, none of which was true. Once she realized that phone calls were not working, she began making efforts to show up at the house again. She started driving up and down our street day after day. She would ask our neighbors and then our neighbors' children if anyone knew if I was home or even where I was. She would park her car and watch our house without anyone really noticing or saying anything. Eventually, our neighbors began to recognize her car and what was going on, and they would inform my parents when she came around asking about me. After some time of doing this, she took it upon herself to come to the front door while only my brother, who was likely only 12 years old at the time, and I were home. And she started banging on the door, begging to see me. My brother opened one of the front doors, keeping the storm door between them closed, and told her to leave. She proceeded to plead with him to let her in, and he replied that I was not home, despite me napping soundly upstairs. Cheers for the smart 12-year-old brothers. Candy partially forced herself through the door when my brother put a hand in her face, pushing her out of the door, and told her that the police had been called. She left after that and distanced herself for a while before she encountered in the final straw with my mother. One day, my mother and I were backing out the driveway to attend a birthday party when Candy pulled in behind our car, blocking us from leaving. She came up to the window and my mother rolled it down, ready to tell her off for good. Candy ignored her and looked right past my mother into the back seat where I was sitting. She said to me, "Wouldn't you rather come with me and never see your mom again? I love you so much more than they ever did and can give you everything you want if you just come with me." This was the final straw for my mother. She never thought she would get upset or fight with an old woman, but that day had come when it was absolutely necessary. She screamed and yelled at her, making sure to include that Candy would regret the day that she ever came into contact with me or my family again. Something she said must have actually scared Candy because she drove off and didn't appear in our lives again until the Target bag incident. I'm not sure how I never knew any of this happened and never thought anything was weird about her when I was a child, but I guess my parents did a good job of shielding me from the horrors of the situation. After hearing about everything that took place, I assumed that there must have been a reason she became so obsessed with me. Did she not have her own family? Did she lose children or grandchildren and wanted to find someone to fill the void? According to my mother, she had several children that were much older than me, as well as young grandchildren. Thus, I'm not sure what would have sparked her interest in me, but thankfully, we no longer have to worry about her. Part of me still wonders if I repressed any memories or conversations with her that were upsetting. Did she ever privately talk to me about how awful my parents were, or how she wanted to take me away from my family? Did I ever agree to leave with her? I also wonder, as I grew older and joined social media like Facebook, did she ever search my name? Did she ever watch me when I was in middle school, high school, or even when I went to college? I have so many questions, but I'm so glad that we never had to find out if she was going to follow through with any of her threats. As a word of advice, always trust your grandmother's instincts about another grandmother's. Do not befriend an old woman volunteering on the playground. And finally, to the woman who made my parents' lives a living hell, let's not meet again. Taxi driver locked the doors and said we were in his car now. When I was 15, female, I traveled with two friends, both 15 female as well. We took the train to get to an event a few hours away. We were all interested in working in healthcare and went to a "What it's like to work in this field" event in another city. When the event ended, we didn't have long to get to the train station to catch our train home. So we had pre-booked and I think prepaid for a taxi from the venue straight to the train station. This was in the days before Uber. When the event ended in the evening, it finished slightly late and we rushed out to find our taxi. We approached one that appeared to be waiting for someone specifically, because we had seen the driver turn away other people, and said, "Is this a taxi for Name to the train station?" The taxi driver said yes, and we all quickly jumped in. After 10 minutes of driving, my friend and I got a call from the taxi company saying our pre-booked taxi was back at the venue waiting for us. We realized we were not in our booked taxi. I asked the driver to turn around. He glared at me, aggressively said, "No, I am not doing that," and locked the doors. We started protesting, telling him to stop, that this wasn't our taxi, and that he had lied to us that it was our taxi. But he refused to stop. My friend panicked and started hyperventilating and whispered, "He's going to kill us." Probably an overreaction, but we were so young and so far from home. He started shouting that he wasn't going to let us out and we were in his car now. Eventually, I threatened to call the police, at which point he braked sharply and told us to get out. He left us up the side of the road and sped off. The road was deserted. It was dark. It was a winter evening, and we were all pretty freaked out. My friend called the book taxi, and they picked us up and took us to the station. We didn't manage to get the plates or any information from the car. In retrospect, I'm sure he meant us no harm. I think he just wanted to complete the journey and get paid. But we were 3 young 15-year-old girls far from home, and he really panicked us by behaving so aggressively and locking the doors. Now, I'm in my mid-20s, and I always carefully check the number plate on the Uber app to make sure it's the right car. Wendigo. Dawn always loved going into the woods, as it was quiet there, with birds singing and leaves rustling with every step, but not at night. His grandparents had decided to have a cozy evening with a warm fire outside and toasted marshmallows.
Dawn, will you please run into the woods and find a few sticks to burn?
His grandpa asked him. Though Dawn did not like going into the woods at night, he agreed. With his huge dog, Louie, Dawn went straight into the woods and started looking for thin sticks. Coming empty-handed, he had to go deeper in. Trembling from the cold, Dawn walked through the dark woods, keeping close to Louie, eyes fixed on the ground. After a while, Dawn realized he was lost. Shivering, he started to panic a little, clutching Louie with his hand. He sat on a big rock, trying to remember which way his grandpa's house was. Suddenly, Louie started whimpering in the dark. Concerned, Dawn looked around. Nobody there.
"Dawn, honey?"
His grandma's voice came through the trees behind him. Dawn got excited to be found, but Louie was howling like crazy. That's when Dawn realized his grandma never called him honey before. Getting a little scared, he backed away.
"Honey?"
came the voice of a sweet lady again.
"Dawn, come here."
Dawn looked behind him to see only a patch of trees and a few owls. He decided it would be best just to wait until his grandparents found him. Louie suddenly sat up and started barking. Not barking with excitement, more like barking with fright. Scared, Dawn looked behind him slowly. He could see a tall figure far away. His grandma's never been that tall. Concerned again, Dawn stood behind Louie, who was barking and wailing.
"Honey? Dawn?"
came the voice from the tall figure. It hadn't noticed Dawn yet. "Grandma?" Dawn called, and the minute he did, the tall figure turned to him. It wasn't his grandmother at all. This creature had a deer skull head with a crooked, skinny body like a starved animal. Its eyes were completely black and huge. A Wendigo. Sharp, crooked teeth glowing in the dark, mouth drooling. The figure started towards Dawn. Dawn looked the Wendigo up and down. Its ribs were showing. It had blood stains all over its mouth. Its long arms were sharp, talons were touching the ground. Its legs were half like satyrs, with its sharp ears and horns glowing in the moonlight. The creature gave out a blood-curdling scream and started running insanely fast towards Dawn. A shiver ran down Dawn's spine, and his instincts kicked in. Louis wailing behind him, Dawn ran as fast as he could. Panicking, he could hear the Wendigo running behind him, making a loud thud with every step it took.
Dawn?
The creature said again, its voice imitating his grandma. Louis was barking, trying his best to protect Dawn, but the Wendigo wasn't scared of the dog. In fact, the Wendigo isn't scared of anything or anyone. Screaming loudly, Dawn swirled left and right, but no matter where he turned, the Wendigo was a few feet behind him, screaming as well. After a while, Dawn had a hurtful scratch on his side, making it harder for him to run. Louis barked violently behind him. Dawn saw a bright orange glow in front of him. "Grandma! Grandpa!" he screamed. Dawn looked behind himself. Louis was 50 feet away, barking at the Wendigo, while it ran towards the dog. Louis took one last look at Dawn before being ripped to shreds by the monster. Taking the dead dog with it, the Wendigo ran back into those woods. I, a pizza guy, intercepted a kidnapping during a delivery. I deliver pizza, and I've been having a really busy night, non-stop, back and forth, without any time to even pause and take a leak. I've been so busy that I wasn't really thinking about bathroom breaks. But we're also going through a bit of a heat wave in our area, so I've been drinking copious amounts of water. All of a sudden, as I was driving to this particular delivery, the urge to go hit me. Like, things went from 0 to 60 in an instant. Thankfully, I was close to this customer, so I could get this one over with quickly. Or so I thought. I pulled up to a house, and it was an area I've delivered in before. So, I could immediately see that something wasn't right. All the lights were off in the house, not even the glow of a television or anything. It was extra apparent because the street light closest to the door happened to be out of order, and on top of all of it, the block was dead quiet. This is a big university area, and obviously there aren't many student renters in July, but there had to be at least one person because someone ordered this pizza. Maybe they just like sitting in the dark, or they're in their backyard. Whatever. I just don't want to get out of my car and knock on a quiet house in the middle of the night, around 9:30 p.m., without first checking that I had the correct address and the customer was inside. It was scorching that night, even after sundown. My car's AC is a joke, and the piping hot pizzas don't help things much. so I have to try and open the car door as infrequently as possible to keep the cool air in. I called the number the customer provided, and the voice on the other end sounded kind of briskly and out of breath. Yeah? And I just tried to keep it clear and concise. Hey, it's your pizza out front, but there doesn't appear to be anyone home? And the customer replied, still gasping for air, Yeah, I'm not home. I had to pee so badly by this point, and I was much less patient than I'd otherwise be with a customer right out of the gate. Well, then I'm going to have to terminate the order because I've arrived in the stated delivery window and you were supposed to pay in cash. So, I don't know what to tell you. Plan ahead next time. I instantly regretted letting my bladder do the talking for me as the voice on the other end came through more clearly as a young, bubbly, and very distraught girl who couldn't have been older than 20 or 25. Oh my gosh, I am so sorry. I was running down the street, so I barely could hear you, she cried. I just switched you out of my AirPods. Is this better? Sorry, I completely lost track of time at work, but I knew you were coming, and that's why I was literally running home right now. Please don't leave. I'm starving, and I don't have a car. Seriously, please don't leave. 5 minutes tops, okay? I know what it's like to be hungry and running late and have no car, but not live near any restaurants. Plus, when I heard her voice, I began to remember more specifically of having to deliver to this place a couple times before, and she'd always been perfectly nice. Now, I feel bad for snapping at her. I tried to walk it back while simultaneously looking out my window for potential spots to pee. No, my bad. I'm letting the heat get to me. It's not your fault. No need to rush. See you when you get here. I hung up, and while surveilling the street, was starting to think, I was really out of luck. All the other houses had people in them, and were close together, so there was no clumps of trees, or the out-of-way patches of land, or anything. Of course, I had just tossed my empty water bottle at the last delivery, because I'm an idiot. Finally, I decided it was escalating to the point of an emergency, and the safest bet was to use a bush in front of this woman's house. She wasn't home. The street light was out, so no one would see me. The people who were home were inside. My car was parked across the street, and we're a small shop who don't wear uniforms, so if someone did spot me, they'd have no way to connect me to my employer. Animals pee outside all the time. Humans are animals. This is fine. I scurried over to the tallest bushes in her front yard. She didn't really have much of a yard, more like a walkway lined with bushes and flowers that ran adjacent to her front door. The biggest cluster of her bushes, the only one where I could be sure there would be no visible splatter on the side of her house, was about 4 feet from the front door. I looked both ways, unzipped, and let it fly. After the initial millisecond of relief, I noticed the sound was way off, more like pissing on something solid than something leafy. I started to panic, thinking I aimed wrong. Just once I start, I can't stop midstream. So I kept squinting into the darkness to see maybe if I was hitting a key rock or something and could just move it a few inches over. Instead, all of a sudden, I heard a way more concerning noise. A deep voice exclaimed, "What the fuck?" And before I could turn around, assuming I'd just been caught by a neighbor, a man came leaping out of the bushes. He blew by me, brushing my golden shower off as he did. He was spitting pretty emphatically on the ground, so I think I might have beamed him right in the face. I didn't see where he went after a few paces, but though the next part is kind of a blur, I do think I remember hearing a car screech out from a bit further away after a minute. I'd gotten some night vision by this point, so I was able to make out his height, build, outfit, but only the most general details of each. I was in such shock that I didn't put anything away. I just stood there trying to figure out what just had happened. The reality was so terrifying that my mind refused to accept it, and impulsively searched for a reasonable explanation that could just make everything okay. I thought, could these bushes lead to some backyard area and just look like they were against the house? Could they have been obscuring an open window? My inner voice was desperately screaming, "Bruh, that man was wearing a hoodie in 90-degree weather. This was a bad man. You're in a bad situation." But the very idea that I was within inches of a guy who would be hiding in bushes at all, let alone in front of a young woman's house at night, just wasn't something I was ready to grapple with yet. I was coping by not coping. My fight or flight response totally failed me at this point, because my dumb butt did the absolute worst thing I should have done, and approached the bushes to try to validate this "there must have been a good reason for a man in a hoodie to be behind these bushes in the middle of the night" theory. So I walked over to the side, turned on my phone's flashlight, and tried to peer around the line of shrubbery. Pro tip: as scary as things may look in the dark, seeing them with a single beam of your flashlight can sometimes make it even worse. That's when I saw the bag. There was a tattered drawstring bag sitting behind the bushes, slightly splashed with my pee. So I was in such a moronic daze from shock that I groped around for it, thinking, see, this is it. This will explain why he was back here. Oh, it explained it. Once I maneuvered it over and pulled it open, I saw a sharp knife, a roll of duct tape, and a bottle of pills. The delusion was officially broken at this point, and all of the adrenaline, endorphins, and self-preservation instincts that had been suppressed kicked in 10 times over. I became whatever the opposite of dazed is, more laser-focused than I had ever been in my whole life, with one singular goal: get back to my car. I dropped the bag, booked it across the street, and got in my car, and slammed the pedal to the floor before the door was even all the way closed. I went as far as I could, as fast as I could, until I hit a red signal. Then I pulled off to the side and realized I shouldn't be driving any more than necessary in the condition I was in. I pulled into a parking lot for a 24-hour drugstore and took a breath. I was finally calm and coherent enough to zip up and formulate a plan of action. My first lucid thought was, who do I call first, the police or the girls whose house that was? I thought about it for what couldn't have really been more than 10 seconds, but it felt like an hour, and I decided, okay, I'm in my locked car with the engine running. If trouble starts, I can drive away. I know something's up and she might not. She needs to know not to keep walking in that direction. But as I was dialing her number, it occurred to me, what if there was no girl? I thought I remembered delivering to that house before, but what if I was wrong? What if the girl on the phone was just a decoy to get me there to rob me? Or worse. Every pizza guy on the planet has seen the Evil Genius documentary by now, so I thought, She called me all out of breath. She wasn't home. The whole thing was off. Can't risk it. I'll start with the cops. I called 911. The operator was completely helpful in keeping me calm because I was a complete wreck by this point. He kept assuring me that someone would be there soon. I kept telling them they had to get there before the girl did, but I was trying to express 3 thoughts at once and really damaged my own credibility. It came out more as, "You gotta save the girl because he wasn't after me, I was just delivering a pizza. Unless they were after me, in which case there might not be a girl, but I talked to one on the phone, so then you should find the girl because they used her to lure me there. But if she's real and she doesn't know about the guy who was also real, and there could be more guys if there actually is a girl, and you know what? Even if there isn't a girl, there might actually be more guys. I only checked one part of the bushes, so I don't actually know. So you know which guy is the one I saw because I pissed all over him, and I don't mean to do it. This was back when I thought the girl was real, but she might be real, so you really need to find her because the guy's real." Finally, they basically just asked me to stop talking and to stay on the line. But that's when I saw an incoming call from my customer. Couldn't answer it without disrupting my 911 call, so I just ignored it. But then she sent me a text message like, "Hey, I'm here. I don't see you." I told 911 she was there, and they said the officers were only minutes away. But who knows how long that meant, especially after I'd given such a scattered account of the events in my panic. I just felt overwhelmed with guilt because my rational mind said the odds of her being a decoy girl from some large scam target pizza guy was low, and the odds of her being the intended victim of a predator were high. So I put my 911 call on mute where I can hear them but they can't hear me, and turned back, heart absolutely pounding out of my chest, compulsively muttering the entire way. Then I took 911 off mute and told them I had returned to look for the girl. They weren't happy about that, but I saw her meandering past the parked cars in the street looking to see if one was mine. I waved her down, flashing my brights. She bounced on over to the window of my car, happy-go-lucky. I figured that was a good sign that she wasn't in on whatever this was. But I was just so scared to be back in the general area and to not know what had just happened or what was going to happen. I just whispered, "Get in! Get in!" And she was like, "Get in? Huh? Oh, you want me to get the pizza from the back?" I didn't want to make the same mistake with her as I had with 911, so instead of trying to tell her the whole story, I stuck with the bare, basic facts. There was a man in your bushes. I'm on the phone with the police. I don't know where he is right now. Please get in the car so we can lock the doors. I was barely even able to get those sentences out. I was shaking like I had had 10 cups of black coffee. I held up my phone with 911 on the call screen to verify it to her. I thought that's why she got in the car with no further explanation. But it turns out that wasn't entirely it. "You still there? Is she with you? Are you safe? Is anyone else there?" 911 kept checking in, not knowing who the third party I was talking to with. I reassured them, and we drove, more cautiously this time, to a location 911 instructed us to wait at to speak with the police after they cleared the area. I didn't actually have to do much after that. The police came pretty soon after. A police car met up, and I gave a statement telling them everything I observed, and she went to go speak to more officers in more detail than they needed from me. It turns out the reason she got into a strange pizza guy's car without probing any deeper into my story is because she knew who the man was right away from my description. She had an abusive ex-boyfriend who was apparently psychotic enough that he immediately came to mind from hearing, "There's a guy in your bushes." She later called us to thank me and insisted on leaving a huge tip. I wasn't there when the call came in, so the kid who answered didn't know to refuse to accept the money. But the manager already promised the next time we see her, we can load her up with enough one free pie cards to last her a lifetime. Easily the scariest thing that has ever happened to me, on the job or off. I don't get the chance to tell this story much because I try to avoid sharing it with anyone who could possibly know the girl or know of the event. But I'm still not the same since. Even though I know he didn't even have anything to do with me directly, this truly shook me to my core. So, man in the bushes, let's not meet. Want to hear a wild story? My brother's history professor is closing in on 80 and basically lives at the university. One night, my brother visits him for a meeting, and it comes up that my brother was going to be performing as a court jester at the castle the following day. And his professor bursts out, "Ah, that reminds me of my youth." He then proceeds to tell the tale of when he and his friends went backpacking in Greece back in the early 20s. Then, one day, they found themselves completely penniless. So, they decided the only reasonable thing to do was to set up an acrobatic show in skimpy outfits on the beach at day and then drink up the money at night. After a week or so, they gained some traction. A gang of young Greek men walk up to them like, "Hey, y'all cool as hell. Can we join y'all for drinks tonight?" And my brother's professor was like, "Of course. You'll all have to wear revealing outfits and do somersaults with us, though." And the Greek gang said, "Sounds dope. Y'all are invited to live with us for however long you want." Anyhow, they proceed to live like this for the better part of 3 months, doing shows, drinking, and sleeping at the Greek gang's apartment. But after a while, they decided enough was enough and said thank you for everything, but we're going back to Sweden now. The Greeks said, "Sure, love y'all, have a safe trip, XX." Half a year later, my brother's professor gets contacted by the Greek police. They ask him about the months they spent in Greece, and then inform him that their Greek friends have been convicted of serial homicide and robbery. That the group of young Greek men had joined up with several tourist groups for several years for drinks, and then killed and robbed them all, terrorizing the beach city for several years. With one exception, of course, because this one group of Swedish acrobatics in slutty strongman suits were just so damn nice. And that is the story of how one Swedish history university professor survived sharing a flat with a group of serial killers for several months by performing acrobatics in slutty outfits on the beach. Moral of the story? Be kind of heart and thick of ass. Man who wanted to wine and dine a 15-year-old me. I haven't thought about this for years. I don't know what made me remember this repressed memory of mine, but here we go. As a 15-year-old girl who wasn't the skinniest coin in the jar, I very much craved the attention of guys. I didn't date at all until I went to college. No guy at my school really showed me any attention in me. The ones that I thought might never made a move either. So, I found the Whisper app. On the Whisper app, you can anonymously post your thoughts and feelings where basically anyone around the world can see, as well as people who were only a couple of miles away. In fact, there's a separate tab to look at whispers from your area. You can heart people's posts, reply to them, or direct chat with the person. You can choose what info about yourself is available to be seen when someone decides to direct message you, such as your age and gender. I chose not to make that information public. I don't remember what I posted, but someone DM'd me. Their info didn't say much either besides their gender. I was obviously very naive and assumed that this was a guy my age who wanted to talk to me because the words he chose and how his messages were written made him seem younger. He asked me some questions about me, like how old I was, my interests, what I did for work, etc. I answered those questions. He also asked to see a picture of me. I sent him a picture. He told me how beautiful I was, how I was out of his league. He would dodge questions about himself. He would say that he was boring, that he just wanted to talk about me. I eventually managed to get him to send a picture of himself. You guessed it, mid-40s man. I was surprised he sent an honest picture of himself. But at this point, I'm very, understandably, freaked out. He then started to ask to take me out to dinner. I stopped talking to him at this point. But he kept trying and saying stuff like, I'll take you out somewhere really nice. I'll throw in a massage, winky face. I figured out you could block people, so that's what I did, and I didn't really think much of it after that. I basically forgot about the conversations after I fell asleep that night. A couple weeks later, I was at work and it was slammed. The checkout line was starting to wrap around the small store I was working at. There was only one line, but 2 checkout registers at the counter at my work. I had just finished checking out a large order and kinda just looked up to see how bad the line was, and if it seemed it was going to calm down soon. That's when I made eye contact with a familiar face. I couldn't quite place it at first. Then the man smiled and silently mouthed, "Hi, OP." The image he sent me in the chat immediately flashed in my mind, and I felt my stomach drop and my heart race. I was effing terrified and really didn't want to check this guy out. So I made sure to check out people way slower than I normally do. My coworker checked him out, but I could feel him staring at me. He even tried to wave goodbye as he left. I refused to even slightly turn my head in his direction. As soon as it calmed down in the store, I went to the bathroom and had a huge panic attack where I nearly threw up. When my mom came to pick me up from work, I very closely watched the side mirrors to make sure we weren't being followed by anyone. After that day, I stopped answering DMs if it wasn't someone who wanted to have an actual conversation about something I posted. Beauty. Ever since I was a little girl, my parents told me I was pretty. Everybody told me that.
Bailey, how are you so pretty?
You're so beautiful.
Must feel good to be so pretty.
I had every boy's attention. They bought me flowers, chocolates, made me cards, bought me teddy bears and heart pillows. asked me to date them and try to impress me. I was the popular girl at school. Even the older kids looked my way when passing by me. I was some of my teachers' favorite because of my beauty. The older ladies and men on my street baked me cookies and bought me dresses and nail polish. Every girl my age or older wanted to be my friend. I was always told that I needed to take the grand prize in the Britain's Prettiest. I looked at the mirror every day, examining my face. It was pretty indeed. I liked the fame. I liked the beauty privilege. I liked that everybody loved me. The only thing is, they don't know. They don't know about the girl in my basement whose face is missing. Daughter's past life memories. To start, let me explain that we have 3 children, and our middle child is the only one to experience and share these memories with us. Our youngest isn't yet 2, so he's yet not old enough to share with us. But our eldest is 8 and has never shared anything like this. Our 4-year-old daughter has been telling us about her old family since she was 2.5. Her details have never changed. She talks about her old mommy, Rosie, and her old daddy, though she never spoken his name, and her 2 brothers and 2 sisters, also unnamed. She also talks about how they didn't live on this planet, which is a weird thing for a child to say at 2.5. She hadn't learned about planets yet. In the beginning, we acknowledged that it could just be her imagination, and we just listened and showed interest and didn't respond except to say, "It's okay to miss your old family, but you're here with us now and we love you very much. We're your family now." Other than that, we did our best not to say anything that would sway one way or the other. We don't ask for details, but we listen when she speaks openly. She always tells us how they all died in a lot of water. She says, "There was so much water, it went over everybody's head, and it was even taller than our house." This was odd because she hasn't experienced a loss of any kind and has repeated this since before she really was aware what death is. She also hasn't had any kind of near drowning experience and only had been in a pool once before 1.5 in my arms, never submerged. Last night, she started asking about death in general, common age to begin developing awareness and curiosity of death. But she was so nonchalant and unafraid. Our eldest began asking about death at this age, but in a fearful way. Then she began talking about her old family again. She talked about how they all died, and she went somewhere else, but she didn't know where. She said something about sitting under a tree. I respond with, "Oh, yeah, kiddo?" And she says back, "Yeah, then it got really dark, and I went into your belly." I generally believe her, and I know there are many documented cases of children recalling past lives. Any other parents out there that want to share a similar experience? I saw my grandfather at his own funeral, held his hand, spoke with him, and took a walk together one last time. My grandfather died in 1995 due to emphysema and other health concerns. He was in his early 60s and left us prematurely, as he had many people who loved and depended on him, including many young grandchildren. I was only 4 years old, almost 5 at the time when he passed, and I don't remember much from the darker time in my life, but I remember his funeral extremely vividly. I was in a funeral home that had multiple parlors and many hallways throughout the building. I remember being outside his parlor and seeing him across the room. We locked eyes. I walked over to him. After all, he was my grandpa, and I did not realize at the time he had passed on. We began our usual, as we were two peas in a pod and had a special relationship. We held hands and walked through the halls. Much of the conversation I do not recall, but I do remember showing him the lounge area, as that was my favorite place to be, what with all the snack machines and vending machines. As we approached the area that we had met at, we stopped, and he said to me, "Michael, I have to go now." He had vanished, literally leaving my hand empty in the air. I can still see my empty hand and remember the shock and confusion. The part that helps me think that this was an authentic experience, and this is something my grandmother, aunt, and mother remember well, and were concerned for years about. As I approach the open casket, my mother picks me up. I see my grandpa Leroy there, in his peace, and I begin, confused, to relentlessly ask why Grandpa was in the casket, and what is wrong with him. My mother told me, crying, and I remember this clearly, "Michael, honey, he is dead. He is gone and not coming back." I was in disbelief, arguing, No, I just saw him. He's outside." After this, I remember us all crying together, but that is all. I never spoke about it until I was 12 or 13 years old. I was at my grandmother's, and her health was wavering at the time. I had been thinking about it a lot with her being in the state and having memories of my experience. And I finally broke down and told them what I had remembered. Again, we cried. And they didn't believe I could remember that, or that I had held on to it through all the years of childhood. They, in a way, directly corroborated my experience for me. At least solidified it in my head as a final goodbye from one of my favorite human beings, as they remembered the scene at the casket. They were always too afraid to ask me about it, maybe to protect me from my emotional anguish. My grandmother, for the remaining years or so she was with us, would ask me to tell her the story anytime I would visit her. She also claimed to have woken up one day feeling my grandfather laying next to her. She said she could feel it was him, as if she went to bed next to him and woke up together. She never told anyone until I had shared my story. I hope anyone listening to this enjoyed the story. It's one I will never forget. Rules for Miss Cora's Biology Lab. 1. Please wash your hands before entering the lab and immediately after leaving. The lab must be clean as possible at all times. 2. The tables be arranged differently every class. This is for your safety. Simply find a seat and take it. 3. If you notice that there is an empty lab stool at your table, notify Miss Cora immediately. Do not try to remember who once sat there. 4. Never open the vials by the main sink. Nobody knows what the liquids inside are. 5. Do not insult the things preserved in the jars at the back of the room. They hold grudges. 6. Once you put on your safety goggles, you can no longer trust your eyes. The things you may see are not real. Do not let them convince you they are. 7. Sometimes the librarian will stop in during class to inquire about overdue books. Please ignore him and keep in mind that we no longer have a library. 8. During dissections, all students are to keep in mind that all mammals provided to them are male. The things inside them are not fetuses, even if they have limbs. 9. Do not comment on how real the lab skeleton looks. He knows. 10. Leave the lab when Miss Cora does, even if this is during the middle of the class. She knows the things in there better than anyone. She knows when they're angry. 11. When exiting the lab, do not leave anything behind, as it will not be there when you come back for it. This includes fellow students. 12. Miss Cora will never call you into the lab from the hall without poking her head out from the door. Remember this. Number 13. Do not enter the lab after school hours unless you are confident that you are favored by at least one god, ancient or otherwise. You will need their protection. 14. Never come to class unprepared. Ever. Thank God my dog woke me up. Hi everyone. I finally decided to post what happened to me 4 years ago. English is not my first language. At the time, I was 17 years old and I was living for a few years in a small house with my mom. After my parents divorced 6 years ago, the house wasn't huge, but we had one floor with our bedrooms and small garden. We also had a dog, who isn't really scary. It's one of those small dogs with lots of hair. His biggest problem is that he barks a lot during the day every time someone's close to the garden. That annoys me and my neighbors a lot. It's important to note that my dog never barks at night and always sleeps in my bed with me. Anyway, one night in the middle of the night, I had a dream where I heard constant dog barking. In my dream, I felt like it lasted 1,000 years, but I think it only lasted a few seconds. When I woke up from the nightmare, I didn't feel the weight of my dog on my feet. I felt like something was wrong and then realized my dog was actually barking and growling. I didn't understand what was happening. I just looked for my dog and saw him on top of the stairs, his head turned towards the front door. The door opening for the garage was actually on the side of the front door. I jumped out of my bed and rushed to the top of the stairs where my dog was. There was the shadow of a man standing just at the bottom of the stairs next to the front door. I wasn't even able to shout. I just took my dog in my arms by reflex and ran towards my mom's room. My mom was just waking up. She takes medication to sleep, so it's very hard to wake her up. Thank God the door of her bedroom can be locked with a key. Even though I was shaking like a leaf, I locked the door. My mom understood what was happening when we heard footsteps coming from the stairs. We froze in a corner of her bedroom and she grabbed her phone to call the police. While we were trying to call the cops, the guy starts to shake the door handle and then punching the door. After a moment, he stopped and this psycho laughed. That's when my mom had the good idea and started shouting, "I called the police, get out!" After a moment, we heard him going down the stairs, still laughing. We didn't dare move until we heard the police officers. When they arrived, no one was there. In the living room, on the table, there was a note where he wrote, "See you soon." They said later that apparently the guy got in and out by my garage, which has a back door that at that time we always left open. Immediately after, we went to live with my grandparents for a while, and then moved into a new home a couple months later. We never did hear from this guy again, but we always check every door is locked before going to bed. I have troubles falling asleep ever since. For almost a year after, I'd wait until 4 a.m. to go to sleep just to be sure he didn't find us and try to sneak into our new home. Don't trust the young.
One of you has to go.
Eddie says in his creepy, high-pitched voice, smiling at the two siblings.
Now, who will that be?
Don't do this, Gemma said quietly. Please.
I said,
Eddie repeated, smiling.
one of you has to go.
Addie and Gemma looked down. There were pins and needles all over the floor, as well as mousetraps. Eddie was holding a pillowcase, in which they knew he'd put one of the dead bodies. None of us are going, Gemma whispered to her younger sibling, Addie's ear. I promise.
I'll give you 10 seconds to decide who goes.
Eddie smiles, showing the siblings his sharp, yellow teeth. Gemma puts her arms around Addie. It's going to be okay.
10, 9, 8,
Gamma's eyes fill with tears.
7, 6, 5,
Gamma starts crying out loud.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Eddie laughs, licking his teeth.
So, who is it?
None of us, Gamma screams through her tears. Please.
Then I guess both of you will die the hard way.
Eddie smiles again, examining his sharp talons. Gamma thrusts her arms on Addie once again. Silence. In one sudden move, Addie pushes Gamma with her hands. Gammy takes one last look at Addie. Then her head rips through one of the high needles. Splap. Blood splashes everywhere. Gamma's head was split open sideways, revealing her brain. Blood trickling down the floor.
The oldest has to die.
The policeman who thought he was escorting me home to my empty home at 17 years old. So my friend and I are underaged, a little buzzed from party hopping all night. We roll up to the Wendy's and ditch the empty bottles of Smirnoff Ice as we wait for our food at 2 a.m. in the drive-thru. I had no idea it was illegal to be out past a certain time if you're under 18, unsupervised, and it's past 12 p.m. in Arizona. I catch a text from a friend and she asks me to get her an order and we'll meet at this intersection and eat with us. Okay, sounds chill enough. I get to the intersection and there aren't any gas stations or grocery stores. Just some creepy office buildings and a dirt lot. I stupidly picked the dirt lot to wait for my friend, who called me and is like, hey, I'm at the intersection, are you okay? I'm like, yeah, oh, I see you. And she's like, is that you with the cops behind you? And I was like, no. Only to discover that, in fact, cops were behind me. Luckily, the car smelled like food and not booze and cigarettes. But this cop knew I was under the influence, and I had a large bottle of rum that had already been opened that I tried desperately to hide under my stuff in my car before he knocked on my window. He's not stupid, and this is fudge in Arizona. No one gets away with a DUI in Tent City Central. This cop asked me and my friend for our parents' phone numbers. My friend's mom gets a call to come pick her up and gets a verbal lashing from the cop about being underage, past curfew, and explains the citation, so I already knew what was coming. I, however, didn't have a voicemail set up on my new Nokia Fat phone, and I refused to give my parents' house phone, back when these were still everywhere. I told them they simply didn't have one and only a cell number, and I put it on silent as he repeatedly calls. I tell him they're probably out with friends themselves, and the cop says, okay. Explains the ticket to me. I think I'm going to get away scot-free when he says he's going to follow me home. I made sure to go the speed limit and not to make any errors, but I am pooping myself right now. I parked my car out front of my house, and my parents' cars are in the closed garage. The house is dark. I'm like, yes, it looks like no one is home. The cop proceeds to park his car and says, hey, you could have broken the rules a little while getting home. I wasn't going to pull you over twice now. As he follows me to my front door. I unlock it and nervously said, thank you, but he, instead of ringing the doorbell or doing their famous police officer knock, follows me into my house and locks the door behind us. He's talking to me, making small conversation, checking out my living room, and I'm starting to freeze up because I'm suddenly sensing a different energy from him. He asks me where my bedroom is. He tells me to take him to it. I instead take him to my parents' room and turn on the lights. 100% thankful to see my sleepy-eyed parents, shocked to see an armed, grown man behind their young daughter. And he just lets out a breath and says in my ear, you lied to me, sweetheart. And he goes back into police mode, telling my parents that he found me out at an illegal time and that I'll need to pay a fine and attend a class. It was so embarrassing because I was 18 by the time I had to take the class with a bunch of 12 to 14-year-olds. Anyway, I never told anyone until now about the comments he made to me, but my dad did ask him why he was in our house. I told him I didn't understand that either. He never read me any rights, he just followed me home. Before leaving, he says, that's a nice house phone you have right there, like new and shiny, as the last thing he tells me before letting me go. I can't help but think back to that night and think about what would have happened if I had bad parents who weren't home or were out of town. I know there are good cops out there. I personally know some. I go back and forth at being freaked out and, okay, maybe he was just being thorough. The comments are what have stuck with me though, and that sinking gut feeling. I'm interested in hearing your opinions. I'm convinced she tried to drown me. This happened when I was still a child, so some of the details are pretty hazy, like my exact age when this happened. Also, English is not my first language, so apologies in advance for any mistakes. Not far from where I lived as a child, there is this place where one of the local rivers cascades over an old weir. And it's really a beautiful spot to bathe and swim during the summer. The water upstream from the weir is nice and calm. The river has lots of fish and lots of pretty flowers on the riverbanks. And there's even a small kiosk and a place where you can rent paddle boats. If the weather is nice, there are usually lots of people of all ages picnicking, sunbathing, swimming, fishing, and just hanging out. Families, couples, teenagers, seniors, everyone likes to go there. When I was a kid, my mom would take me there pretty often, and it was always a lot of fun. Usually, I wanted to play in the water for hours, and my mom would quickly retire to our picnic blanket and pick up a book. I could already swim fairly well by the age of 6, but she still watched me closely when I was younger. So I would estimate that I was at least 8 when this happened, but no older than 11. It was a beautiful warm summer day at the river. My mom was reading her book and letting me explore the area and go swimming on my own. As was normal on days like these, there's a lot of people, and especially a lot of teenagers up at the crest of the weir, where most people enter the water. I'm afraid I don't remember the details of how it happened, but I sort of befriended one of the teenage girls there. She was there on her own, and since I was still really young, I thought she was so mature and cool. Basically, just for being an older girl who was doing her things on her own. No idea how old she really was, as everyone who is older than you at that age is just old. But looking back, I would guess between 14 and 16. She was really nice to me and seemed to enjoy hanging out with me, and I got the feeling like I had an older sister for a while, which was nice. We spent some time exploring the riverbanks, diving, watching fish, and chasing each other around. At one point, we ended up at a spot where the water was about chest high for my friend and neck high for me, close to a group of other teenage girls who were about the same age as my new friend. I noticed one of them seemed to be really reluctant to get into the water and complained that it was freezing. I was still a pretty loudmouth and brash child at the time, a far cry from how I am now, and also very proud of my clearly superior swimming skills. So I turned to my friend and said something pretty harmless about the girl being a big wuss or something like that. I wasn't loud, but she heard. Her head snapped up and she immediately jumped into the water and came at me, shouting,
"What did you say? What did you say about me?"
I was freaking out right away because her reaction was so sudden and she seemed so enraged in a way that was disproportionate to what I had said. I opened my mouth to defend myself somehow and maybe de-escalate, but before I even knew what was happening, she had grabbed me and pushed me underwater. I struggled for a moment and she let me come up again. I think I heard my friend protest in the background, but I was mostly concerned with this girl who still had a death grip on both of my shoulders. She stared at me with a look that made me really uncomfortable, like she was fighting with herself or trying to control herself.
"What did you say to me?"
she screamed at me. Scared as I was, I resented how helpless I felt and that I was being humiliated in front of this cool girl I had befriended. So I resolved not to show any weakness. You know, the obnoxious thing some kids do when someone tells them off, and they just start giggling and laughing, like they're laughing at you because they don't want anyone to see that they feel bad? I did that. I laughed right in her face, and right away, she forced me underwater again and held me down for quite a moment longer than the first time. When she let me come up again, she screamed right in my face,
You think this is funny? You like that? You wanna laugh at me, you little witch?
I was coughing up water by this point and drooling all over myself, but I didn't know what else to do or say to make her stop. The only thought I had left in my head was I couldn't show weakness. So I laughed at her again, and I may or may not have made another remark to the effect that, unlike her, I don't mind a little water. I'm not sure anymore. What I distinctly remember, and will remember forever, is her eyes in that moment. It's hard to describe, but the closest I can get is by telling you that something seemed to leave her eyes. Some spark, or whatever you want to call it, that normal, sane people have, just flickered and went out. It suddenly looked like her eyes were two pieces of hard, painted glass stuck in her face, and there was nothing behind them. I would have apologized then and begged her just to leave me alone, but it was too late. She grabbed me by the throat, by the hair, and pushed me underwater again. I struggled as hard as I could, swirling up mud from the riverbed, grabbing at pebbles, but it didn't help. I thought, surely she will let me up in a moment. She just wants to scare me really bad. But I was running out of air quickly, and her grip on my throat did not ease up even a little bit. I tried scratching at her arms, but I was starting to lose any sense of where up or down was and what I was grabbing at. When I opened my eyes, everything was just a muddy brown and full of bubbles. I realized I was going to drown right here. I was actually being killed by a complete stranger while the sun was shining peacefully. And we were surrounded by happy families, and nobody realized what was happening. I'm grateful I don't remember fully what it felt like. When I try to think back to that moment, I just get this feeling of utter helplessness and loneliness. And then suddenly, I was breathing air again. I was completely disorientated, coughing and puking up water, and there was a lot of shouting around me. My friend was holding me above water, shouting in the direction of the group of girls who were forcefully leading my attacker away, while she was screaming at me and my friend. Well, her friends were screaming at her. Just a lot of noise in general, and I had no recollection of what anyone was saying. I was busy enjoying air again. After I had calmed down somewhat, my new friend apologized for stepping in so late, saying she and the other girls took a moment to process what was actually happening before they started to try to pull my attacker off me. It took all of their efforts combined to get her to let me go. I was deeply shaken because I was entirely sure she had attempted to murder me then and there. I just knew from the look in her eyes. But still trying to save face for my friend, I tried to laugh it off. I did a lousy job because I was shivering all over and my voice was trembling. I don't know if my friend had realized at any point how serious the situation actually was, or if she thought she was just trying to stop some bullying. But whatever she thought, she bought me an ice cream and rented us a paddle boat to cheer me up. And we watched some birds. And I'm grateful to her for that, and, for saving my life. But to be really honest, my day was kinda ruined. I never saw my attacker or the nice teenage girl again. And I said nothing to my mom because I was so embarrassed about what had happened. But that, and some other things that happened to me later, cost me most of my confident attitude I had as a child. And I'm a very shy and cautious person nowadays. So, girl who is willing to murder children over some harmless teasing, let's never meet again, please. This experience is why I believe in ghosts. Hey guys, I'm a first-time poster. Everyone I tell this story to says it's the creepiest thing they have ever heard, so I thought I would share. I was the biggest non-believer in ghosts. Now, I believe. Enjoy. When I was 14, me and my friend, let's call him Tom, stayed around our other friends, let's call him Josh, house. Josh had recently moved into the house and there had already been a few creepy notes around the house. The context. 1. It's in the middle of nowhere. There are 3 houses close to each other. Then nothing but fields, forest, and farmlands 4 miles. The 3 houses are Josh's, a house that belongs to 2 witches, and a bedsite where a man used to live. However, 3 years ago, he hung himself in the bedsite, and the police only found him when Josh's dog kept barking outside the bedsite, and there was this weird smell coming from it. Every single person who lives in this house has had a paranormal experience of some kind. The brother claims 1 night a week, roughly, his shower will turn on and he will hear someone whistling a tune, the same tune every time. Then the shower will turn off, the whistling continues for another minute, then nothing. The mom, and this is the one that creeps me out, says she sees a woman in the corner of her room some nights. She has to turn the light on and the stepdad will sit with her until the woman has gone. The nan, when staying in the spare room, says she always sees the same shadow woman by the window in that room. So it's not uncommon to hear a scary story at this house. As a non-believer, I found excuses for each one, such as old pipes or just mistaking shadows. The mom's one did scare me a bit though, as I had no explanation. Maybe a dream. Josh's room is said to be safe. No one had an experience in this room and nothing weird ever happened there. So, I never used to mind staying in his house, if I stayed in his room. I may have been a non-believer, but I sure wasn't willing to take my chances. 3rd, the house has an old cellar which has 4 tunnels stretching off to either side, and they can't find the plans to where these tunnels go. The cellar is always freezing cold, to the point where you can see your breath, and whenever it gets opened, the dog goes crazy. The story. Me and Tom stayed over for the night, and we both chose to stay in Josh's room. as there was plenty of space. Everything was a normal night, a bit of gaming, late night chats about girls. Nothing out of the ordinary. We fell asleep fairly early with Josh and Tom in the bunk bed. Tom was on the top bunk, and me on the floor. At around 3 a.m., I woke up to the sound of footsteps climbing the stairs. It unnerved me instantly because of the nature of the footsteps. They were very sharp and very loud, and the steps would climb all the way to the top, and then it would start from the bottom again. In my head, I had a vision of their cat climbing up the stairs, then sliding down the baluster to the bottom and starting again. Their cat had a bed at the top of the stairs and always, without fail, slept in that bed. The family tried to make the cat stay with them, but he would always ask to leave and go to his bed. It also could not be the dogs, as they're not allowed upstairs and were normally on the opposite side of the house in their beds. So the cat was the only plausible answer for me. However, it was so loud that I did doubt myself a lot and was nervous. Could a cat really make that much noise? After about 10 minutes of footsteps, I remember calling out quietly to Tom and Josh to see if I should go check on the cat, but neither replied to me. So I decided, fudge it, let's check. I got up from the bed and walked to the bedroom door, and just before I put my hand on the doorknob, the room went ice cold. I had something, and I don't know what it is, but something stopped me from opening the door. Maybe a gut instinct? Maybe someone telling me it was a bad idea? All I know was I felt something I had never felt in my life before. Something horrible. And with that, I realized something. The footsteps had stopped. I could visibly see my breath in front of me and was frozen in the spot. I felt like something was behind the door, but I didn't know what. I couldn't turn on the lights as it was by Tom on the other side of the room, and I was frozen, so I couldn't get there. I just waited. I will remember the feeling until the day I die. A feeling of dread. I slowly retreated to my bed once I found my feet. I hid myself in my sleeping bag, keeping my eyes firmly on the door. The temperature of the room returned to normal. I was warm again, and most importantly, the footsteps continued again. I stared at the door all night. Eventually, I passed out. I woke up in the morning, and the door was open. I could smell bacon being cooked downstairs, and everything seemed normal. I eyed up the landing, but realized there was no dread in me. Nothing. Everything was back to normal. I went downstairs and saw Tom sitting at the table as Josh made breakfast. "How did you sleep?" Josh asked. I decided to be brutally honest, just in case it happened before to Josh. I said, "I heard footsteps all night, loud. Didn't anyone else hear them?" Josh looked slightly shocked and gestured over to Tom while mentioning that Tom had brought it up earlier this morning. I remember looking properly at Tom, who looked scared. He didn't answer, so I explained more. I did call out to you guys to ask, but no one answered, so I assumed only I heard it. I remember clear as anything, Tom, eyes fixed on the table, interrupted with, "And you got up to check it out?" "Yeah, I know." I explained I was going to, but everything felt horrible, didn't it? Cold, like someone had thrown ice cold water over us. I thought you were going to open the door, but something inside me felt like if you did, something terrible was going to happen. I was shocked. He felt it too. It wasn't me being crazy. I asked him why he didn't say anything. He said he was frozen to the core. What he said next scared me the most. What would we have seen if you had opened that door? Sometimes your imagination can get the better of you there. Who knows what I would have saw? Maybe Kat hearing me get up and coming to check up on. "Hi, boys," Josh's mom came in. "Josh, you'll never believe what happened last night. We actually had Harry, their cat, come in and sleep with us." I felt sick. The cat wasn't in the bed for the first time since they lived there. So, it wasn't the cat. It was definitely something else. What was climbing the stairs? Whoever it was, they heard me coming, and if I had opened the door, what would they have done to me? Who protected me? I will never know. Following note: Tom never stayed there again. It took me 6 years, but I stayed there when I was 20 for his 21st birthday party. Nothing unusual happened. Let me tell you the story of my own footsteps. This story I just read made me think of this. And yes, this is really 242's real paranormal ghost story. Let me start by telling you my house layout. When you enter the house, you had a living room to your left that was divided by a half wall. In front of you to the left was the dining room, and straight to the front was the kitchen. You could see right into it. Now, to the right, past the closet, was my bedroom door, which was really a den. I slept on the main floor, and everyone else slept upstairs. It worked, and it had to be done. I was the only one in my house to see or feel anything paranormal. No one else was ever disturbed, and it's my theory that I was sensitive and more attractive to the paranormal. My room was sealed to not let ghosts in. I had done this to protect myself and to make my room my space. The event. When I was 15 or 16, I was staying up late, like you do as a teenager. I was watching TV with my cat Sammy next to me. I hear these high-heel shoes start walking. These footsteps are going from my bedroom door to the kitchen and back again, always stopping in front of my door. Sammy was looking at the door, her fur puffed. I thought about why my mom would be up and wearing high heels this late. She worked in the morning. No, this can't be my mom. Just ignore it, I thought, and it will go away. And at some point, it did. The next morning, I said nothing. No point really, just some ghost. Pointless. The next night, it happened again. It was 2 sets, 1 male dress shoes and 1 female high heels. They sounded like my parents' shoes to me. It was 12 a.m. at least, and this time, Sammy was mad. She was staring at the door. The footsteps kept going from my bedroom door to the kitchen and back. They would wait a second or two and do it again. I felt like they were facing the door. This time, something is screaming at me not to open that door, not to go near that door. I was scared, terrified, like nothing has ever done to me. I do not want to go near that door. I wanted those footsteps gone, and at some point, it did go. Either I passed out or they faded away. I can't remember anymore. The next morning, I asked, wanting my parents to somehow be the cause. Something to make those footsteps something normal. But no one was awake, and I was the only one up. Those footsteps were something evil, and I believe that to this day. That house had many spirits come and go, and some did stay. To this day, when I think of those footsteps, I start to shake. Say whatever you want in the comments, my friends, but this is my real story. This is what happened to me. It scares me to my core, and I would love if someone could tell me what this was. I wanted to know since that day. Creepy neighbor and maybe attempted murderer. My friend Sally has had bad runs with neighbors, but this was one of the worst. Sally lives very close to me, about a 10-minute walk, and we're both around 14 years old when this happened. We live in Aurora, so we both have a lot of land. Me and Sally decided to go camping on her land. We bought some cheap hammocks and went through the bushland. The day prior, we spent clearing some of the razor grass with a cane knife to make a path. We probably should have worn long pants because we ended up with little cuts all over our legs and some on our arms. We set up our hammocks and brought quite a few blankets because it does get pretty cold at night, even though you're sweating throughout the day. We were still on her property and hadn't gone to her neighbor's boundary. Her neighbor had just leased land to new tenants. Me and Sally were sitting on our hammocks, talking and laughing. This was around 9 p.m. We heard something in the bushes. We just thought it was a wallaby. There's plenty of wallabies around there. When we could see a figure of a man. We were whispering to each other, trying to see who it was. At first, we thought it was her brother. He's come and scared us when we were camping previously. Then, as the person got closer, we were thinking it could be her dad. It was dark, and the bushes looked the same from every angle. We realized the man was coming from the other direction than her house. We didn't dare move, and covered our torches under our blankets. The man came up and said hi and introduced himself as Ben. Now Ben was extremely drunk. He staggered around and reeked of alcohol. He started saying how we had a nice little camp here and said something pretty unsettling.
I'll have to come out and sunbake naked here on one of these hammocks.
Me and Sally gave each other a worried look, but didn't say anything. It only got worse from there. I can't remember everything he said because it was a while ago, and he was mumbling on for what felt like forever. But some of these things that stuck out were,
I'll have to kill ya, Wolf Creek style.
And said,
you're nearly legal then.
When he asked us our age. Ben was probably in his 40s. me and Sally were texting each other while he was talking and coming up with an escape plan. He also offered us a puff on the magic dragon and pulled out a glass pipe. We declined. Sally said that we were leaving back to the house to make food. He told us to
come back.
We left our blankets and most of our stuff there and legged it. We told her dad what happened and we slept inside. The next morning we went back to our campsite to find everything was burnt. A circle with probably a 20-meter radius was all burnt. Coming from the circle was a line of burnt grass going towards the neighbor's house. I'm not a firefighter or a forensics, but it seemed obvious that some kind of fuel was used. Me and Sally were talking, and it dawned on us the probability that Ben may have thought we were in the hammocks due to the pile of blankets. Ben was definitely drunk enough not to be able to tell the difference. We went and told Sally's dad, who then checked it out and went to the neighbors. Ben's roommate answered the door and said Ben wasn't home and apologized. He gave Sally's dad $50 for the blankets and hammocks. Nothing more happened for a few months. Sally told me at school about how Ben has been caught on camera sneaking around her yard. I went to her house after school because she was going to be home alone until her dad finished work. I ended up sleeping over that night. That's when he came over. Ben was drunk and came out the front of Sally's house and started yelling, accusing Sally of stealing his dog. Sally's dad called the police. They arrested him. The next day, we found a knife in the yard. It wasn't from Sally's house. The police came again and we told them about the knife, and they got the footage from the cameras as well. I don't know much of what happened to Ben, but he no longer lives next to Sally. So Ben, let's never meet again. My brother saw a ghost as a kid. 2 decades later, I realized what he actually saw. I was about 7 years old, my brother about 10. It was well past our bedtime when our mom woke up off the couch to put us to bed. Our dad worked construction out of town back then, so it was often just 3 of us at the house for weeks at a time. Up the stairs and to the immediate right was our parents' bedroom. Going left put you in the middle of the hallway. Taking another left down the hallway led to my brother's room. The opposite end was my room, which was also across from the hallway from the upstairs bathroom. At either side of the hallway are window doors we always kept locked and rarely used. The door on the end led to a balcony overlooking our front yard, and the door on my brother's end opened to our back porch. The house kind of leans into a small hill. My brother and mom both had the habit of waking up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom. I only knew this because I was always a light sleeper and they just couldn't help flushing with the door wide open. This night, however, my brother stops on his way to his room and comes back towards the bathroom.
I'm going to try to pee before I go to bed. The past few nights I've been too afraid to walk to the bathroom. I keep seeing a man wearing stripes at the end of the hallway.
I don't know if my mom wrote it off as my brother telling ghost stories to try to scare me, or if she was already half asleep and just didn't catch it. But she didn't react at all to my brother's confession. I, on the other hand, was terrified by it. The fear of seeing a ghost like that at the end of the hallway or through the window is the reason I started running from the stairs to my bedroom at night. Years later, when I was 18, my mom and I were having a conversation in her car about a dog we had for a very short time when I was little. We were sharing stories about Max's tendency towards destroying my shoes and other unruly behavior when my mom blurted out,
"Do you remember that time I opened the front door for the cops and Max ran inside to the kitchen and started tearing open that big bag of dog food we had?"
This really caught me off guard, because in all the years I lived in that house, we never once called the cops. I asked her what she was talking about, and she looked equally surprised, as if she had just revealed something by accident.
"Oh, that's right. I never told you because you were too young at the time. One night, I woke up hearing noises outside my window, and when I looked, I saw a man staring into my bedroom."
She went on to describe how turning on the lights caused him to take off running, and how she grabbed my dad's pistol before calling the cops.
I can't remember all the details I gave them when they showed up. Tall white male, wearing a striped shirt with some jeans, short dark hair, something like that. They said it matched the description of a man they were looking for in the area. It turns out he had escaped from jail on murder charges.
Now, I know it sounds so obvious hearing these two stories back to back, but it wasn't until a few years ago that, in my mid-20s, I pieced all this together. My brother had unknowingly warned us about a murderer who spent multiple nights casing our home. Online fan turned stalker. I never posted to this subreddit before, but after working with the authorities, I feel safe enough to share my story. For context, I, a 20 female, started an OnlyFans account over the summer to support myself through school, and things were great until I posted my Amazon wish list. Amazon doesn't release your address to people who gift you items, but third-party sellers can. And that's where I went wrong. By the way, not trying to promote it here. This is a very frightening story, and I feel like it should be shared. In late July, I got a puppy. One night around 2 a.m., I took him outside to go to the bathroom. While he was doing his business, I noticed a car parked outside my family home. I saw a figure in the car and could tell they were looking at me. But I couldn't make out their face because it was pitch black outside. Feeling a bit uneasy, I picked my puppy up to take him back inside. And when I started to move, the car parked in my driveway. I sprinted back inside and locked the door, but they never approached my house. The next morning, I went to check the mail. There was an envelope addressed to my OF name with $20 in it, but no note. I was currently still at home with my parents, who had no idea about my OF account, so I didn't mention it to them. A week later, I moved back to my college town to get ready to start school. At this time, I had stopped posting for the time being until I could figure out how they got my address. I've watched enough crime shows to know there is a possibility I could be in danger. I live in a duplex with a gated parking lot for reference. One morning, I was planning on vlogging my trip to Target because I was planning to start a YouTube channel in the near future since OF felt unsafe. When I got to my car, it had been ransacked and my vlogging camera was missing. I know it's my fault for leaving it in the car, but I was using it the night before, and since I live in a gated area, I didn't think it would be unsafe. It wasn't in plain sight either. I had hidden it in my glove box. I used that camera to film my content, and the SD card that was in there had all my unreleased photos and videos. I know they stole it just for the SD card. Anyways, this is where the story gets weird. There are cameras outside in the parking lot, so we were able to watch this person break into my car and find the camera. And they didn't touch any of the other 7 cars on the lot. They knew which was mine, which suggested they had been watching me for a bit. After they got the camera, they walked around the duplex until they stopped near my window. My bedroom faces an outside street, and my blinds are broken, so it's very easy to see in. I have a curtain, but it doesn't cover my windows all the way. The person watched me sleep for an hour or so. I have no idea why they didn't try to break in, but thank goodness they didn't. This person then sold the camera to a pawn shop, and since I know the serial number, the police were able to find it. However, my SD card was missing. I believe the police are still trying to track them down, but I have broken my lease and moved to a new place, so hopefully that will keep me safe. Hey guy who terrorized me at my home and apartment and stole my camera, let's not meet. I, a 24 female, think my fiancé, 27 male, has a crush on my sister, 26. Any advice? I'll get straight to it. I think my fiancé has a thing for my sister. We're not twins. She is 17 months older than me, but we look a lot alike. She's always looked better than me though. Skinnier, nicer skin, bigger rack. You know, the typical gifts the older sister gets. I've always hated her for it. I mean, she wasn't a bad person. She was always that happy-go-lucky type who tried to make me smile. But that made me hate her more. I could never measure up, couldn't get the same grades, couldn't fit into the same clothes, even when she tried to include me in her friends group. I knew she was just doing it to try to be the bigger person, which I just hated. I have a serious self-image issue, if you can't tell. Aaron was the first thing that was, mine. Unequivocally, absolutely mine. I met him after moving away for school. I never even considered telling my parents about him. Mom and Dad wouldn't care anyways. All they ever talked about was the golden girl. Amy, blah, blah, blah. Like no one else mattered, even when I was in the same room. Aaron never met my family, and I liked it that way. I liked who I was with him. He was cute. He was smart. He was sexy. And he made me laugh. He made me happy. He said yes when I proposed after a long, soppy night, and it made me feel like I'd finally done it. I finally came out of Amy's shadow. I was more to people than just Amy Bradford's little sister. So, I wasn't thrilled when he surprised me with plane tickets home to see my folks. It's a chance to make peace with the past, he said, to show them you've survived despite them. I liked the way he put it, but I still didn't want to go. So, of course, he fell in love with her the minute we walked through that door. I mean, He gasped when he saw her, then tried to pretend he didn't, like my parents and I didn't even exist. He kept staring at her throughout the dinner, just sneaking looks when he thought I wouldn't see. But I saw him. Even when my dad was doing the dad thing and interrogating him about his goal and education and stuff, Aaron kept staring at her. Even that night, while we were in bed, I tried to get something started, and he just turned me down flat and rolled away. I think I heard him cry later that night. I'm sure he wishes he was with her instead of the ugly duckling sister. It ticks me off so much. I mean, what else can I do? I've already carved her face off. She is still alive. Don't be weird. I mean, even my parents have gotten over it. I just want people to see me. What do you guys think? The 10-year-old psychopath. The summer after I graduated college, I was living in a house in Berkeley with a few PhD students. It wasn't the best neighborhood, but it wasn't the worst either. There were a few families living in the neighborhood, including the people in the house next door. It seemed like a reasonably nice 2-story house, but on several occasions there were police cars and/or an ambulance outside of the house. We never really questioned why, as police cars weren't a rare sight in the area, and we only ever saw a young girl and her mom in the house, so there was nothing overly abnormal or concerning. One afternoon, my roommates and I had just finished smoking a joint in our backyard when we heard a knock at the door. I opened it and it was the mother from next door. I was a bit taken aback, and even more so when she says, "Hi, I want to ask you guys something. I really don't want to have to call the police." I'm thinking she must have seen and or smelled us smoking weed. And while it was Berkeley, it technically hadn't been legalized yet. So I'm thinking we'll need to apologize and talk our way out of trouble. But then I noticed the woman was visibly shaking. She was clearly terrified and said, "I don't know what to do. I'm having a situation with my daughter, and I really just need another adult to be there." My roommate Sean and I immediately agreed to go with her while the other roommates look on. Incredibly confused by whatever the heck is going on, this mother is asking some stone students to be adults. She must be truly desperate for help. Sean and I will walk over there with her, and she explains that her daughter has some issues, which are currently manifesting as her staying on the roof of the house, threatening to drop her mom's work computer off the edge, or to jump herself. Wow, stuff just got super real. Sure enough, we walk up the driveway to the house, and there is this kid standing on the roof of their 2-story home, dangling a MacBook Pro over the side. She is saying in a disturbing, sing-song voice, "Look, Mommy, no hands. No hands, Mommy. No hands." Sean and I immediately make eye contact. We are both creeped the fudge out. This is not a normal kid. The way she is speaking reminds me of the twins from The Shining. She is not crying and doesn't seem remotely distressed. On the contrary, it appears she's enjoying this torment of her mother, like it's some kind of sick game to her. The mom starts to explain to us that her daughter has had issues like this for many years. She has a psychiatrist and a therapist, and the mother has called both. They recommend calling the police, but the mom has been through this quite a few times before and doesn't want her child to go through the ordeal of being restrained and taken to the hospital yet again. She is frightened and exhausted and doesn't know what to do, so I just start talking to the kid. I tell her how I used to love climbing the roof of my house, and now I'm a rock climber, and I bet she would love that too, because it is so much safer than climbing around the edge of the roof if you make sure to use the proper gear and safety precautions, and the fact that she is unsafe right now is really scaring her mom. I told her if she comes down, I'd be happy to talk to her more about climbing, as well as show her the pet gecko we have that literally climbs up the walls. I'm just pulling things out of my butt at this point. I have no idea what to say or how to mediate the situation like this. I'm just trying to diffuse the tension and get her to calm down. She is flat out ignoring me at first. Continues to taunt her mom, but eventually she seems to get bored and or irritated with my attempts to engage her. Turns around and climbs back towards the window where she got out onto the roof. She runs down the stairs and out to meet us, then says in the same weird sing-songy fake "come play with us Danny" voice, "I dropped your computer on the roof and now it's broken. I'm sorry, Mommy. Do you forgive me?" There was zero remorse whatsoever in her voice. It sounded so disturbing and manipulative. I was blown away that it was coming from a 10-year-old girl and not some demon child from a horror movie. The mother is still shaking and just looks overwhelmed. So I offered to go up and get the computer from the roof. She agrees and escorts me through the house, up the stairs with her daughter trailing behind. It appears to be a perfectly normal, well-maintained middle-class home. The girl is clearly irritated with me spoiling her game and repeatedly orders me to leave. I ignore her, climb out the window and onto the roof, and the laptop is sitting by the gutter, seemingly unscratched. I climb back through and hand it to the mother. At this point, the girl realizes her bluff was called and skips off to her room. Mom proceeds to explain to me that the whole thing was triggered by her changing the password to her laptop after the girl logged into it, stole her mom's credit card, and ordered over $2,000 worth of stuff. This girl is freaking 10 years old. She has been pulling stuff like this her entire life, and no one understands why. They had to move the girl's younger sibling into a separate apartment with her father because they were afraid she would hurt him. The mom was crying at this point, saying they really are tried their best to get her the help she needs and they just are at their wits' end. I did my best to reassure her, give her my phone number, and told her to contact me if she needed help in the future. Sean and I noped the fudge out of there after that and went back to our home. She never contacted me and we moved out a few months later. Almost kidnapped. So, looking into my past, I realized I've had a few stories that could fit into the subreddit. This is one I think about a lot and how my life could have changed in a split-second decision so easily. At the time, I was quite young, maybe 6 or 7 years old, but I still remember it so perfectly. I was in central London for the day with my family, and it was getting to the evening, so we had begun heading home. We don't live too far out of central London, so we were just going to get a taxi to the nearest train station and head back from there. Being so young, inexperienced with the world, and plain stupid, when we got out of the taxi at the train station, I thought it was custom to wave goodbye to the taxi driver as they drove off. Yeah, stupid. So, after I finished waving goodbye to the complete stranger of a taxi driver, I turned around and saw my family had completely gone. Vanished out of thin air. I was so young I had no idea what had just happened. They just suddenly weren't anywhere to be seen. Being a short kid, everyone was like a giant at that age, and it was terrifying. At the moment, everything I had learned about stranger danger completely went out the window, and it no longer mattered. I was just terrified. So I remember choosing to sit in the middle of the pavement and do the only thing I knew how to, and cried, hoping my parents would soon find me.
Are you okay?
I looked up to the side and saw a man sat on a bench next to me, but he sat in a way where his bum was on the backest bit and his feet were on the seat, making him completely tower over me. I remember the image of him so clearly. I've lost my family.
Let me help you find them.
I can't remember the exact conversation very well, except for the next thing he said.
I think I saw them go this way. Follow me.
That line has stuck with me ever since. He stood up and took hold of my hand and started leading me down the road. Completely oblivious and just glad that I had an adult with me now, I just calmly went with him. Just as he's about to lead me around a corner, I heard a voice call my name. My brother, who was only 2 years older than me, had come running out of the train station and seen me just before I was about to completely disappear out of sight around another road in London. A few seconds later, and there would be no way they would have seen me. My parents followed and quickly ran to and grabbed me away from the man, making sure I was okay. I don't remember what happened to the man after that. Part of my memory says he ran away quickly after my family got me. Another part tells me that he stayed and explained to my parents his course of events. None of us really remember. I just know that I'm so lucky I didn't go around that corner with him. I always think how different my life could have been if I did. Thinking about it, the station entrance was only a few meters from where I sat down to cry. It wasn't that busy. The man must have seen my family go into the station, but that's one thing I luckily will never know the answer to. A late-night visitor terrifies us. My husband and I live in a very rural area. It is known as a hollower where we're from. For those who don't know, a hollower is a hollow or a road that runs along a creek in a valley between two mountains. Our nearest neighbor is about 100 yards away on the one side, and through wooded area on the other. The way our house is laid out, if you drive up our hill and park, you will come to our back door. The front door faces the road, but no one ever knocks on our front door. One night, a couple years ago, I decided to go to bed a little earlier than my husband. He stayed up playing video games in the living room, and I had been asleep for a couple hours when my husband burst through the door of the bedroom, freaking out. He's mumbling and rambling in a desperate whisper. He has his phone in his hand, and I can just make out the light shine on his face. I'm so out of it at first, I can't make sense of what he's saying. I'm lying there for a second, and then suddenly I hear him clearly whisper,
Eddie's trying to break down the door.
I sat bolt upright in my bed, asking what on earth is he talking about. He shushes me, telling me to whisper, and says he has called 911. I glare at the clock, and it's 3 a.m. I reach to turn on the light, and he loudly whispers,
No!
He gets through to 911 and tells them we need assistance at our address. I catch a few details, but my head is spinning. After he gets off the phone with them, he tells me what has happened. It was late, and he was still up playing a game, when suddenly he heard heavy footsteps on the porch. He paused his game to listen, and then there was a knock. Another knock. And then repetitive beating on the door. He could hear a man's voice, but could not make out what he was saying. Instead of opening the door, he decided to walk out the back and around to the front of the house to see who it was. He thought it could possibly be our older neighbor needing help with his wife. So he walked out the back door and around to the front to see a large man dressed in all black, carrying a duffel bag. At this point, the man is pounding on the door so hard, it looks like he was trying to break it in. My husband waits for a second and then asks the guy if he needs help or something. The man apparently didn't realize that my husband was behind him because he starts yelling into the door,
"Just let me in and I won't hurt you."
At this point, my husband decides no more questions are necessary. He runs back into the house and locks the door, turns out the lights in the kitchen, and bursts into the bedroom to call 911 and to wake me up. After he calls 911, we wait huddled in darkness for 40 minutes for a policeman to show up at our house. 40 minutes! His excuse? Small town. No one was on duty. He had been asleep. It was 3 a.m. after all. The policeman doesn't even get out of his car either. He just sits there and spotlights the house from our driveway as my husband goes outside to tell him the story and describe what he could of the man. The cop leaves. My husband comes back in and we sit in darkness of our bedroom, terrified until daybreak, wondering who that guy was and what he was going to do with us if he did get in. Man on the train decides he doesn't like how I sit, tries to intimidate me. This happened to me about a month ago, but it still boggles me. 2 points of background to make this story make sense. 1. I live in Tokyo and commute via those famously crazy crowd trains daily. There exists on them this kind of unspoken agreement that everyone works together to make this suck as little as possible. People, for the most part, hold their backpacks in front of them. Men don't manspread, etc. But that's when the trains are full. About 2 stops before mine, the train goes from a sardine can to everyone on the train could lie on their seats and have room left over. So, usually I can sit down at this point. 2. I'm not a Japanese woman, very obviously so, even when I'm in my white dress shirt and pencil skirt like all the other office drones. I'm often the only obviously non-Japanese woman on the train in the morning, but despite my appearance, I am fluent in Japanese. So one day I sit down when the train empties out, headphones in, mobile game going, ready to enjoy the 10 minutes of sitting I get on my home commute. I'm sitting with my legs crossed, but there's maybe 10 people in the whole car, so I'm not in anyone's way. I'm tuned out when all of a sudden a hand reaches out and grabs my bare knee. I'm in a skirt. I, of course, jolt straight out of my skin, rip out my headphones, and look up at the hand's owner. It's some skinny old Japanese dude in his 60s. He points at my leg, then at the other people on the train. Again, a max of 10 people in a car that could hold 50 plus easily and probably held 8-10 minutes ago. In a slightly broken English, he says, "You must not cross legs." I'm so bewildered by this, I start to tell him in Japanese, "The train isn't crowded right now. I'm not in anyone's way." But he doesn't like this answer. He starts to reach for my legs again, presumably to uncross my legs himself. I'm liking this even less. Summon up my loudest, non-scream, "Do not touch me!" And thankfully, this is enough to get him to stop, as another thing you don't do on trains here is make a fuss. Sadly though, yet another thing you don't do here is get involved. So despite a woman all but screaming, "Don't touch me," it's some foreign woman causing trouble, best not to get involved, etc., etc. So no one comes over. So while I've made it clear that I will not stand for physical confrontation, this old dude still feels comfortable enough to stand directly in front of me, nearly knee to knee, looming over me while he repeats endlessly, "You must, you must, you must, you must." He did this for at least 5 minutes. I didn't move, I didn't blink, and I didn't break eye contact. But I did start to plan B through P on how I'm going to get off this train next stop. Thankfully though, he gave up before the next stop, shaking his head and calling me a rude witch in Japanese before wandering off. Still take the same train, but I haven't seen him since. Let's not meet again, leg police fudger, lest you find out what happens when you loom over a girl at dick punting height. I could have been one of Epstein's victims. I was watching Jeffrey Epstein's document on Netflix last night, and I'm spooked. Literally had a mini panic attack at all these memories flooding in. As I'm laying in bed watching, a girl's face flashed across the screen, and I recognized one of his victims as my really good childhood friend. I don't know if it belongs in the subreddit, but here's my story. I've lived in South Florida almost all my life with my crazy, controlling parents that wouldn't let me do anything as a kid. No phone calls to friends, no extracurricular activities unless they are academic, couldn't have friends over, and you can forget about me going to anyone's house. Plus, my dad worked at the school during my elementary school years, so I had to be on my best behavior. So when I went to middle school, I was fudging pumped. Finally, some type of freedom, my personality started to shine, and making friends came easy to me. Fast forward to a year in, and I had become really good friends with 2 girls. We will call them Heather and Sharon. They were both pretty, popular, friendly, but what fascinated me most about Heather was she was the only girl in middle school that I knew that was able to sleep over at boys' houses. It was something so foreign to me since my parents told me I couldn't even go on a date with a boy until I graduated, high school or college. They didn't specify. So I automatically thought she was the coolest chick I ever met. Throughout our friendship, we were always known as the tripod. We had all the same classes and lunch periods, so we all got pretty close. Over time, Heather would always ask me to hang out with her and Sharon, either after school or on the weekends. But with my parents, there was no way in heck. I did attempt multiple times to ask for permission, with no success each time. Not even a maybe. I was so bummed because I always felt left out having Heather and Sharon hang out without me. Something I would eventually become grateful for. One day, while sitting in the courtyard for lunch, Heather pulled me aside and asked me what I thought about skipping school for one day. I instantly freaked out at the thought of the automatic message the school calls home with to let your parents know you weren't at school. If my parents ever got that, my ass would be toast. So I shut that idea down right away. Kinda laughed it off because there's no way to pull it off. But she literally would not stop asking. So eventually she convinced me and we were ready to start the planning. It took us about a week every day during lunch trying to figure out how to pull this off. The thrill of it had me excited as I had never done anything like this. The plan was to have my mom drop me off at school as usual and have the girls there waiting for me, and we would just simply walk off to the gas station that was near the school and have one of Heather's friends pick us up. Not sure how I planned to dodge the school call, but whatever. Oh, and I forgot to add, Heather made a point several times to remind me that I needed to wear something that would give me an innocent look. I blew this off because I was already 13 years old. I looked innocent enough. Plan goes smoothly and we're walking to the gas station, but as we're walking, Heather's cell phone is blowing up. Like constant phone calls and texts coming through. Each one she answers, just meet us at the gas station like we usually do. At this point, I'm confused because I thought it was supposed to be the tripod hanging out that day. As we get closer to the gas station, I see a group of 7 other girls standing there, and they're around my age range, 12 to 14 years old. Some girls I've seen around school, others I don't recognize, but they all perk up when they see Heather walk up. All of a sudden, Heather yells, "Who wants to make some money?" And almost all the girls raise their hand and start cheering. I grab Sharon and ask her what she's talking about. And the look Sharon gives me is one I'll never forget. It was like she was saying, "Get out now while you can." It just made me very uncomfortable, and she never ended up saying anything. It was just weird, a big group of young girls who should be in school just hanging at a gas station. As we stand there, 2 black Lincoln Town cars pull up and make a sudden stop right in front of us. Heather starts to number the girls and tell the first group to get in the first car, and as they do, the car speeds away. The other one slowly rolls the window down, and I see this older man with sunglasses on, just sitting there, smiling. He asks if we're ready to go to a mansion, which excites the other 2 girls standing right behind me. He opens the door, and they both jump in, followed by Sharon. Heather is standing next to me and nudges me to go on, but as she does, I start to go off on her, asking her what the heck is going on? Where are we going? Who is this man, and why didn't she mention this in any of her plans? She's looking almost annoyed at me and says, "Out of all the girls I bring, you're the only one that gives me a problem. I thought you would want to get out and finally have some fun, and with your body, you could make a killing." At the time, I was so naive, I didn't know exactly what she meant, but by the tone of her voice and how pressured she was making me feel, I ended up backing out and ran back to school. As embarrassed as I felt for bailing on my friends, I feared my mom and her belt a lot more. Plus, going off in a car with someone I've never met before screamed stranger danger. I am so grateful that my parents put that fear in me, or else I don't know if I would have made this smart decision. After that, I barely hung out with Heather again. She tried a few more times, but I just got bad vibes from her and cut her off. But I always saw her randomly walk out of school towards the gas station, always with a group of girls. Sharon, on the other hand, she started to spiral into depression slowly. She would only hang out with Heather and would cling to her like a lost puppy. I noticed she would miss school more frequently, until one day she just stopped coming altogether. Years later, I found out she committed suicide, and recently, after watching the documentary, I'm convinced she was one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and Heather was one of his recruiters. Edit. Should have mentioned this happened in 2004 in West Palm Beach. I reached out to the only childhood friend I stay in contact with, and she confirmed that it was in fact my friend whom we went to middle school with in the documentary. Since this morning, I've contacted a friend in law enforcement to see if I can speak with someone about what I know. Even the little information I have could help out in some way. As for Sharon, I never met anyone in her family or had any contact information, as I was major lockdown back then, and it was 16 years ago. Still, trying to track them down to see if they knew about any of this. It could help explain why she might have taken her life. I'll keep you updated. He's going to come back for me. So, this happened when I was about 18, just moved out of my mom's house in the summer to live near my boyfriend while he attended college, and I worked full time. Blah blah. For context, I'm a woman and I live with 3 other girls in a shifty apartment building. It happened to be around Thanksgiving, and because I work a minimum wage job I was new at, I wasn't going to request a week off to go home, which was fine, money anyway. After a few days of being in the apartment complex alone, I noticed it was just me and the old man in the apartment above me. Neither of us had a car, so the entire lot was empty. I worked from about 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., closing at a coffee shop. One of these boring days, I walked the block to the bus stop because I didn't have a car at the time. The buses were running an odd hour as it was a college campus, and all the students have gone for break. Now, I've always been aware of things around me. People, noises, placement of things. I've been through some horrible things, but this one still scares me even though I now live states away. I was waiting at the bus stop just before dark when a man, probably about 24 years old, 5'5". I noticed his body type was pretty muscular. Not that I was checking him out, just observing. He smiled at me, which made me feel better. Of course it did. I never even seen where he came from. He was just there behind me suddenly and struck up a conversation. I remember he had really dark eyes that seemed to never look away. I remember even thinking to myself that he wasn't blinking. Just pure deranged crazy in his eyes, which was so mismatched from the smile he plastered on his face. He spoke to me a bit and asked how I was, what I was up to, the typical pre-COVID stranger chatter. He said he was from Africa and studying for his master's. He seemed very versed in what he said he was studying, so I never assumed he was lying. Eventually the bus comes and we both get on sitting around the same part of the front. I ride for about 5 minutes before getting off and walking the rest of the way to work, about 3 blocks. I go in, clock in, and start my shift. I glance up outside and there he is. The guy from the bus. I thought it was weird, of course. I pointed out to my coworker. Everyone agreed it was weird as well. He just idles by the door. One of the 10 people I've seen in the whole town since break started, and it had to be this guy. He stayed for about an hour and eventually fades away without me noticing. I go on with my shift, not thinking too deeply into it. The idea that I carried a knife was enough to comfort me. After my shift, I get back on the bus towards home, walk through the empty parking lot and into my quiet apartment building. I was on the 2nd level of 3 floors. I skipped steps with my keys out already, and when I reached the top of the steps, guess who is there? This is when I knew I should be concerned. I didn't think anyone else lived in this building, and I never mentioned I did, and I certainly did not mention my apartment number. He looks up, sees me, gives me another one of those friendly smiles, and says my name cheerfully. Another thing I never told him. I acknowledged as I moved around him to enter my apartment. He moved back and stayed to move down the stairs, so I opened the door and he immediately ran back up and put his arm on the door. Somehow, he did this so friendly? I almost thought he did have a good intention. He mentioned that he can see my Xbox in the living room from the door and rushed in to play. He eagerly asked me to play and start sitting down, taking off his shoes. I mentioned my roommates are sleeping and I couldn't hang out as I had to work early and my boyfriend was coming over soon. All lies, of course. He couldn't take the hint, so I asked him to hang out another time, which, of course, I wouldn't do. He mentions he lives across the hall diagonally from me, which was strange because I was acquaintance with a few people who lived there, and I wasn't familiar with him living there. I became scared. I told him I'd be back and went to the bathroom as I left my front door open. I immediately called my boyfriend. Now, I'm not sure at all why I didn't call the cops. I suppose I didn't want to make a scene. He tells me he's sending a friend to come get me who still happens to be in town. I was freaked and decided, okay, I'll just go out and play nice. When I exit the bathroom, he's putting his shoes on and he was leaving. I was confused, but happy. He tries to hug me and I decline, saying I was a bit sick. He nods and leaves my apartment. He walks about 10 feet from my apartment diagonally from me and goes in, smiling, wishing me a good night. I shut the door and made sure it was locked. I proceeded to check the other doors and windows in my apartment. All the windows were good and I got to the back door. I always try to feel as secure as I can in my house, taking extra security steps being a young female. I checked the lock on the back door. It's unlocked. My heart dropped into my stomach. I immediately burst into tears. I knew for a fact I had locked this door and placed a long wooden stick to keep it from sliding open. I checked it twice before I left for work. The stick was gone. I never did actually find it. We reported it to the police as it was clear his intentions were not good. He checked the apartment and no one answered, so they left the patrol car nearby. The next day, they contacted the building owner and were able to enter the apartment. Big surprise, he didn't live there. He had been squatting there since the 4 people who lived there left for Thanksgiving. Nothing else was done, which makes sense. Nobody else knew this guy, where he lived, went to school, anything. I now, of course, understand the situation in the entirety along with what I should have done versus what I did do. This story of my own always gave me a weird feeling in my stomach, just like some of the stories I've seen on here. Be safe out there, guys. My sister saved me from a guy who was later arrested for sexual assault. I am a 23 female now, but this happened when I was 20 and lived by myself for the first time in a ground floor apartment. I live in a small rural town and was usually very comfortable living alone. However, my town is severely affected by the drug epidemic and I've had a surprising amount of bad experiences for such a low population. To give some necessary background info, my younger sister, 18 at the time, had started dating. They'd only hung out a few times. This guy. It's important to note he is deaf, and my older sister, younger sister, and I don't know much about him except that he seems very nice. Being the cool older sister I was, and frequently let my younger sister use my apartment and apartments in the past as a place to hang out with her friends. She asked if this guy and her could come over and hang out. I said yes. It was fine, except I noticed they used my sister's phone to text and talk back and forth because she couldn't sign and it was easier than him having to read her lips. I noticed he didn't have a phone, so I offered to let him have an old one of mine. I think this was my first mistake. He was overjoyed, and at the time, I just felt like I had done something really nice. But now, I feel like that was a signal to him that I'm generous and naive. So, fast forward a couple weeks later, it's pouring rain outside, and I hear a knock on my door. I try to look to see who it was through the peephole, but it was dark in the corridor, and I could only make out 2 figures.
I opened the door without asking who it was or anything. Second mistake. I opened it and see the deaf man and his friend, who's this guy I recognized and went to school with. I remember we went to middle school together, but he vanished after high school, most likely dropped out. I knew he was a little bit of a troublemaker at that age, but also remembered him as someone who was funny, nice to me, and I didn't think he had any ill intentions. I asked what was up, and he said that it was pouring rain and they were waiting for a friend to pick them up. Deaf guy had told him he knew someone that lived close by and would let them wait out the rain. I hesitated for maybe 10 seconds and the guy from school just shoved his way past me and into my apartment. That was when I started to feel like I fudged up, but tried to stay positive. Guy from school started walking around my apartment, checking out stuff on my shelf. I tried to make small talk, and then he said he needed to use my bathroom. You have to go through my bedroom to get to it, so I pointed it out to him. My kitchen shares a wall with my bathroom, so you can hear stuff pretty easily. I could hear him rummaging through my cabinets. Deaf guy is just sitting on my couch looking at his phone, the one I gave him. Guy from school comes back out and stands with me in the kitchen, asks if I have any extra clothes for them, since they're all wet. I told him I have nothing that would fit them and wasn't for women. Then things started to get weird. Every time the deaf guy would look away or get lost in his phone for a minute, the guy from school would get closer to me until he was standing on top of me. He would say something to me that would be really inappropriate as soon as the deaf guy wasn't turned towards us and therefore couldn't read our lips. At first, it was just really bad flirting, like you're just as hot as you were in school. It wasn't until he said something along the lines of, I could take you into your bedroom and he'd never hear us, that I started to plan an escape. I pushed around him to get closer to the deaf guy because clearly he was the only thing holding the other guy back. I sat next to him on the couch and quickly texted my older sister who only lived a short drive away. I told her there were 2 men in my apartment and needed help. She was there within 5 minutes. After she walks in, she acts like we had made plans to go shopping and told them they needed to leave. Guy from school starts to laugh and said he planned on spending the night. My sister is super confident and a take-no-bull kind of woman, so she was like, you can either leave peacefully, or we can call the cops and have you removed. Deaf guy realized they weren't welcomed, acted very apologetic, and quickly gathered his stuff to leave. Guy from school acted pissy, but left. We walked out behind them, locked my door, and got into her car. Older sister said, let's just wait for a second. We watched as they walked to the end of the street, but the guy from school started arguing with the deaf guy and pulling on his sleeve and seeming to be wanting to turn back around. We left and got food to kill some time, and on our way back we circled the block and neighborhood block to see if they were still lingering. She walked in with me and watched her out the door as she left. Younger sister ghosted the deaf guy. Even though he seemed like he wasn't aware of how bad his friend was, she didn't want anything to do with him afterwards. I had my stepdad install a motion sensor light by my door so I could see who was standing outside of it. A year later, the guy from school was arrested for sexual assault, among with other run-ins with the law over drugs. I got chills reading the article, thinking that it could have been me, and even the woman in the article could have had it worse happen to her from what I read. I have a lot of things to thank my older sister for, but that one I'll never forget. I'm never taking my girlfriend's brother to the park again. So this happened a year ago, and I'm pretty shaken by the whole event. I thought I'd tell you my story. I live in the UK, and in autumn
it gets dark at about 4 p.m. There was a school autumn break that week, so all the kids were at home. So that means my girlfriend's brother was home too. I'd been with her for a year at that point, and her family knew me pretty well, and her brother enjoyed my company. She'd recently been pretty stressed out. Her parents were going out across the country for the day, so she had to look after her brother. But I thought that I'd give her a day off so she can just cool off. I asked her parents if I could look after their son for the day instead, and they did agree. So I came around 8 a.m. and they let me in before they set off. My girlfriend's brother woke up about an hour later and she followed shortly afterwards. We went out for breakfast at a local cafe together and went back to her house when we were done. And once I dropped her off, I took her brother to the park. We got there about 2 p.m. and the place was pretty packed. Eventually the sun started going down and the place was completely empty by 4 p.m. I texted my girlfriend and told her we'd be home in a bit, and she said, okay. I'm going to be honest, I completely lost track of time. Me and her brother were having fun being the only two in the park. Me and her brother were stood on top of this really tall climbing frame with a slide on it. It was almost pitch black at this point, so I was using my phone as a flashlight. A notification popped up on my screen, and it was my girlfriend asking me where we were. I responded, "Oops, coming home now," and I told her brother we had to go. He sighed and asked if we could go down the slide, and I said yes. Before I went down, I knew what the park looked like. There were streetlights all around it, benches everywhere, some trees, and places for kids to play. When I came out of the slide, there was something weird. A man had appeared out of nowhere and was stood beneath one of the streetlights. He had a trench coat on and a beanie hat. I immediately got my girlfriend's brother behind me and called out to the man with a friendly, "Hi there." I got a response. He started groaning. I noticed he was swaying back and forth in the light, and he had his mouth open, drooling, with a blank look in his eyes. This man made me feel effing uneasy. I picked the little bro up and kept checking on the guy the entire time. There was an exit to my left that led to the path back home, so I left out that way and kept checking behind me every few seconds. The guy still stood there. The path where the guy stood merges with the big main path if you walk out through some bushes, and so does the one I walked through. I was walking down the path for about 2 minutes, periodically checking behind me, and I thought I was in the clear. I wasn't. I was on the straight stretch of the path with lots of street lights when I saw him again. He was stood beneath one, looking up at it, and he was playing with something in his hands. I looked closer and realized it was an effing knife. I kept walking and walking, checking behind me constantly. Girlfriend's little brother was so scared he had his head tucked in my chest. I noticed this guy seemed to be moving to a new streetlight whenever I turned around. Initially, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but I started counting them and realized 2 streetlights behind me had definitely turned into 5. I could faintly hear the groan noise, and he was occasionally moaning as well. I picked up the pace a bit and turned a corner, getting into the last stretch of the street before I got to my girlfriend's house. This was when I heard him behind the row of bushes. That moaning noise sounded angry, and I heard his heavy footsteps bounding down the path. This man was effing running. I immediately broke into a sprint and didn't stop until I turned an alleyway at the front of the street and got behind my girlfriend's house. There was a big bush there, and I crouched down behind that and spammed her phone with messages to open the back gate. I hugged her brother close until she opened it for us and got us in quickly. It felt like years. I went to the front of the house and had it confirmed that I managed to shake him. He was now in the street, circling where I had been, outside of the alleyway just a moment ago. He was still moaning. He had that knife in his hand still. He was starting to kick people's bins over. I called the police immediately, but he was gone by the time they arrived, and as far as I know, they never found him. There was a similar incident near the area a few months ago I saw in a local Facebook group, but I don't think anything came of that either. Her parents thanked me for keeping their son safe and didn't hold any will against me for the situation. He went back to normal pretty much that day afterwards, but he still has nightmares about the event. When my country isn't in lockdown, I'm still allowed to look after him with my girlfriend, funny enough. But we haven't been back to that park ever since, and I still check over my shoulder and break into a cold sweat every time I'm alone in the street. Guy fakes his car being broken down. This happened to me when I was about 12 or 13 years old, so about 15 years ago, and I am a female. The town that I lived in has developed a lot since this story, but when this happened, there were a lot of factories spread out with lots of land in between them. There was a Walmart being built in the area, but it had barely started construction. There was a main highway that ran through there, but my mom didn't like taking it as much, as traffic would get bad most of the time. The side streets we would take were desolate and not much light. There was also little to no cars taking these streets. I can't remember where we were coming from that night, but in the car that night was my mom, my brother, who is 3 years younger than me, and me. My mom is obviously driving. I'm in the passenger seat. My brother is sitting behind me. My mom is the sweetest person ever, but she is very adamant that she will never stop to help someone on the side of the road or pick someone up, especially when her kids were in the car. She does, however, make sure to call the police so they can get help. It was about 9 p.m. and we were going home when my mom and I spotted someone on the side of the road by the passenger side with their hood up. Nothing out of the ordinary, as my mom slows down a little since it's dark outside and doesn't want to harm anyone that might be fixing their car. As soon as we're close to the car, this guy steps out from around the hood of the car towards the street and is waving us down. I don't remember much of description because I wasn't paying too much attention. Plus, I could barely see the man, but I do remember feeling bad we weren't at least going to stop to see what he needed. The man at this point is in the middle of the road waving his hands. But we come up on the car and we don't see anyone else in the car. So my mom swerves around him and tells my brother to find her phone in her purse that is on the floor between the front and the back seat. I look at my mom as she looks in her rearview mirror, and her face goes white and her eyes go wide. My mom slams her foot on the accelerator. This is highly unusual for my mom, as she's really good at going the speed limit. At this point, I know something is wrong. My mom's voice goes high and in a panicked voice is asking my brother, where is her phone? I'm yelling at her, what is going on? All of this chaos is freaking my brother out, and with him being so little, is crying and can't find the phone. My mother keeps her eyes on the road but keeps glancing up continuously at her rearview mirror and finally answers, he's following us. I'm not exactly sure what she is talking about, but I know this isn't a good situation. My mom is speeding towards the highway, and thank goodness there is no traffic. I look in the back window and see somebody passing cars trying to keep up with my mom. I asked her where she's going, and she told me she's heading to the police station. As we're getting close, my mom tells me to jump out of the car, and as soon as she stops the car and grab my brother from the back seat while she's running around the car to meet us. My mom stops right in front of the police station and doesn't even wait for the car to fully come to a stop before she puts the car in park. I open my car door as fast as I can and grab my brother, who has quickly opened his door. I take off in a full sprint with my brother in one hand and my mom in the other. Once we finally talk to the police officer is when I finally understand the full extent of what happened. My mom told the police officer that once we had passed the guy with a broken down car, he quickly ran to the hood of his car and slammed it. He then got into his car and sped after us. That was when my mom knew this guy had horrible intentions for us. She said he kept trying to speed up to get on the side of us, but she was able to speed up to avoid that. Once my mom turned towards the police station, she said the guy stopped following her, but she wanted to get to the police station in case he changed his mind. She gave the best description of the guy and his car, but because everything happened so fast, she didn't get a license plate number. I'm pretty sure the police never found him. I'm also not sure what this guy had planned for us, if we had actually stopped to help. But I know it was nothing good. To the guy that faked his car being broken down on an empty street, let's not ever meet again. High school stalker fantasized about my death. I moved a lot growing up. By the time freshman year of high school came around, I had moved 7 or so times, and was about a year and a half into my most recent move. I found a pretty close group of friends in middle school, and we all went to high school together. I met him through one of those close friends. They were in a band together, and even though he was almost 4 years older than us, we welcomed him into our group. Sam was easily twice my size, tall and heavyset, and originally kind of intimidating, although I was never afraid of large men before him. Lesson learned. I had a kind of bad home life, and I spent as much time as I could at school, sometimes hanging around the school campus until 6 or 7 at night with this friend group. 3 of us lived in the same direction, and we would walk the half-hour trip together until our paths split. One slightly colder evening, Sam offered to walk me home since the other had gone home already. I just thought he was being a gentleman. He mentioned something from a previous move when he lived in California. He didn't walk a friend home, and something horrible happened. He left it at that, and I let him walk me home. We got a lot closer after that. We bonded over both living in California and exchanged numbers. He would message me late into the night about his depression and self-harm, and I just wanted to help. A few months later, he tried to ask me out. It was this big romantic gesture. He learned a Disney song on the ukulele and sang it to me in the cafeteria. But I was already dating someone, and when I turned him down, he got angry. A freaky, quiet, twitchy kind of angry. I felt so bad. I started to see him everywhere. We were still friends, we still hung out in groups, but I would pass him on the street walking somewhere, and a few minutes later, I see that he had changed directions and had started following me. He would walk me to class by following me in passing periods at a distance. I started to minimize the group time we spent together, and he would follow me more. I had friends meet me at each class and walk me to the next one because I felt unsafe. He knew where I lived. Then he started to talk, not to me, but to mutual friends about that one girl in California who he tried to walk home. At first, she just shared my name, Some crazy coincidence. Then she had the same brown curly hair and blue eyes. And every time he rambled about her, she became more and more like me. And then he said what happened. Over literal weeks, this fantasy evolved. They were walking home and they were jumped by some guy with a knife. It was a robbery gone wrong on her birthday. January 24th, my birthday. And she died horribly and he couldn't react in time. She bled out in his arms. Sarah, who had brown, curly hair, blue eyes, my name, my birthday, and sounded just like me, bled out in his arms. Each retelling added more and more detail, and this guy with his sick fantasy about my death would follow me around and knew where I lived. My boyfriend was abusive, mentally and physically, but I stayed as close to him as I could whenever I could. Because if the worst happened, I knew for sure he could throw a punch. I never felt safe at school or in our little town walking home from school in the dark. One day at school, he had a breakdown, freaked out, and ran out of school in a panic. I was sent after him and I found him curled up on the floor. I got closer and I knew about his anxiety and depression, and my safety aside, I wanted to make sure he was okay. It was then that he told me the horrifying story I had been hearing from mutual friends with added details. We'd been walking home from a concert in California. We passed a dark alley and a homeless man came out with a rusty knife and asked for anything valuable. I fumbled for my phone. I didn't have anything else on me, and he thought I was calling the cops. He stabbed me once, twice, again and again, and Sam stood there horrified. He saw red and grabbed a broken glass bottle near my body and attacked this homeless man. He killed him with his own knife. He told me he killed someone. My stalker killed someone. It didn't matter how messed up he was anymore. I didn't care if it was fantasy or real. I didn't care how it would affect his mental health anymore. I wanted to go to the police. I was scared for my life. My friends convinced me to go to the school's counselor first. That morning, we went and told them everything. The stalking, the stories, how he admitted to murder, and that he was the reason they moved from California. How I was afraid for my life and wanted to call the police. The counselor didn't take us seriously. She went to the principal, and the principal, not a mental health expert, called Sam in to talk about these accusations. The principal then informed me that he did not think that Sam had any kind of mental illness or that I was in any danger. And that was that. I lost faith in adults, gave up on going to the police. I stayed with my friends, walking me between classes, hiding behind my abusive boyfriend, and looking behind me every step of my walk home that year. The counselors end up gaslighting us to the point where this all feels like a fever dream now. And I would think it's made up if it weren't for my journal entries recording the events and my growing panic, and the similar stories from my friend group. Edit. Clarifying some confusion. I don't think anyone actually died in California. I think he was a pathological liar and that he was so deep in a fantasy that he had convinced himself it was real. No, I wasn't physically hurt, but it was emotionally scarring, and the threat that he posed to me was 100% real. Hey Sam, let's not meet again. I was always an atheist and a skeptic, but when the police offered the assistance of a psychic in locating my missing child, I agreed immediately. When the old woman looked up at me with familiar eyes and whispered, "Why did you kill me, Daddy?" I realized my mistake.
I do hope you enjoyed these older tales this evening. If you're on YouTube, hit that like button and make sure it feels it. If you're new, subscribe and turn that pretty little bell to all notifications. If you're on the podcast, share this with anyone you think might enjoy it. But as always, guys, thank you for watching and listening, and I hope this shows how far I've gotten over this 1.5 years that I've been doing this. Sleep tight and don't let 42 bite.